Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, I hadn't brushed my teeth yet. I was still in bed when I passed the bathroom and noticed the handle of my toothbrush glistening. The bristles were soft, damp, recently used. I reached out and touched it just to be sure. It smelled faintly of mint. There was only one cup, only one brush, mine. I stood there staring at it, trying to convince myself I'd forgotten something. But the mirror had a single, fresh streak across it, as if someone had wiped it clean with their palm. This was the fourth occurrence since I'd moved into the apartment. Each incident left me more unsettled than the last. I lived alone on the third floor of a converted building. No roommates, no overnight guests. The landlord had assured me that only I possessed a key, and the windows were too high for anyone to climb through without equipment. I began documenting everything, the position of objects before I went to sleep, photographs of surfaces, the exact placement of my toothbrush in its holder. I installed a small recording device in the bathroom, hidden behind the medicine cabinet. The first few recordings revealed nothing but my own movements, the sound of running water, the mechanical hum of the ventilation fan. Then I heard breathing that wasn't mine. It was soft, almost imperceptible, captured during the silent hours when I was supposed to be sleeping. Someone was in my bathroom while I slept. The recording lasted exactly 7 minutes and 12 seconds. I could hear the faucet turning on, water running, then stopping, the soft scrape of the toothbrush against teeth, a throat clearing, the medicine cabinet opening and closing. I confronted my landlord. He was a nervous man with thin fingers that constantly picked at the edges of his clipboard. His eyes darted away when I mentioned the recordings. He insisted that master keys were kept in a secure location, that building maintenance only entered apartments with proper notice, but his voice carried an uncomfortable tremor when he spoke about the previous tenant. She had been a graduate student working on her thesis in criminal psychology. According to the landlord, she had left suddenly, abandoning most of her belongings. No forwarding address, no explanation, just gone. The apartment had remained empty for 6 months before I moved in. I found her research materials in a box tucked behind the water heater in the basement. The landlord claimed he'd never seen it before, but dust patterns suggested it had been moved recently. Inside were transcripts of interviews with individuals who exhibited what she termed parasitic domestic behaviors, people who secretly lived in the homes of others, who used their belongings, who maintained invisible presences in occupied spaces. Her notes were meticulous, disturbing. She documented cases of individuals who would enter homes during specific vulnerability windows while residents slept, worked, or traveled. They would perform intimate acts, using personal hygiene items, eating food, lying in beds, wearing clothes. The psychological profile suggested these weren't thieves or vandals, but people seeking a different kind of connection, a way to merge their existence with someone else's daily routine. One interview transcript made my hands shake as I read it. The subject described the satisfaction of using another person's toothbrush, of tasting the residual flavors of their meals, of breathing the air they had warmed with their presence. He explained that traditional breaking and entering felt violent, destructive. This was different. This was participation. He was becoming part of their life without their knowledge, creating an intimacy they would never consent to if asked. The transcript included details about his methods, how he would study resident schedules for weeks before attempting entry, how he would test different access points, unlocked windows, spare keys, even befriending landlords or maintenance workers, how he would limit his presence to avoid detection, taking only what could be replaced or what wouldn't be immediately missed. I realized the graduate student had been investigating someone specific, someone local, someone who might have discovered her research and decided to silence it. The next recording captured something that changed everything. The same breathing, the same routine, but this time I heard a voice, faint, almost whispered, but unmistakably saying my name, not calling out to me but repeating it, like a mantra, like a prayer. I stopped sleeping in the apartment. I would leave in the evening and return during daylight hours, hoping to catch evidence of the intrusion. But whoever was entering had adapted to my new schedule. The toothbrush remained dry. The mirror stayed clean. No new recordings. 3 weeks passed in this uncomfortable dance. I was exhausted, paranoid, checking and rechecking locks and windows. I considered moving, but something kept me anchored to the mystery. I needed to understand who was doing this and why they had chosen me. The answer came through a detail I had overlooked. In the graduate student's notes, she had written about one subject who claimed he could determine everything about a person's psychological state through their bathroom habits. The way they arranged their toiletries revealed personality traits. The pressure they applied while brushing their teeth indicated stress levels. The length of time they spent looking at themselves in the mirror exposed their deepest insecurities. This individual had described me perfectly in an interview conducted months before I had even seen the apartment listing. I returned to the landlord with this information, demanding to know who had access to the building during the graduate student's residency. He produced a maintenance log that showed regular entries by a contracted cleaning service, the same service that still held keys to my apartment. The same service whose employee had helped me move my furniture in and had complimented my choice of toothbrush brand. When I called the cleaning company, they told me that employee had stopped showing up for work around the same time the graduate student disappeared. No notice, no explanation, just gone. But I knew he hadn't really left. He had simply found a more efficient way to continue his research, by becoming the subject and the investigator simultaneously, by moving into the spaces left vacant by those who had gotten too close to understanding his methods. I still live in the apartment. The toothbrush stays dry now, but I know that's only because I've learned to recognize the signs of his presence. The barely perceptible changes in air temperature, the microscopic shifts in object placement, the way my own reflection sometimes looks unfamiliar in the mirror. Sometimes I wonder if the graduate student ever existed at all, or if her research was just another layer of the deception. Another way to document and justify behaviors that were happening regardless of academic inquiry. The truth is, I've stopped trying to catch him. I've realized that some violations are so intimate, so carefully constructed, that proving them would require becoming complicit in them. The evidence would destroy me as much as it would expose him. Instead, I brush my teeth twice before bed now. I clean the mirror thoroughly. I leave the bathroom exactly as I found it, because I understand now that resistance isn't about keeping him out. It's about making sure he never realizes I know he was never really gone. Crime 2, I check the mailbox once a week. Bills, flyers, junk, nothing exciting. But today it was empty, not just empty, wiped clean. No papers, no dust, no residue. Inside, the corners looked freshly scrubbed. And taped to the bottom was a single strip of duct tape folded over itself with a strand of hair caught inside. Not mine, not short. I backed away slowly, turned toward the door, and found fresh footprints in the gravel, coming from the road, none leading back. The hair bothered me more than the footprints, dark brown, coarse, with what looked like roots still attached. Someone had pulled it out, not cut it. I held the tape up to the light filtering through my kitchen window. The strand was maybe 6 inches long, curling at the end like it had been wet recently. I set it on the counter next to my coffee mug, which was still warm from the morning brew I'd forgotten to finish. The neighbor across the street had been watching me from her window. She always watched, but when I looked back, she was gone. Her curtains were still moving. I walked to my front door and noticed something I'd missed before, a small smudge on the doorframe about shoulder height. Brown, dried, could have been mud, could have been something else. I touched it with my fingertip. It flaked off like old paint, but it smelled metallic. I went back inside and called the postal service. The woman on the phone had a tired voice, like she'd answered this question 1,000 times before. No, they hadn't changed my delivery schedule. No, there were no reports of missing mail in my area. Yes, someone could have accessed my mailbox if they had the right tools. She asked if I wanted to file a report. I said maybe and hung up. The kitchen felt different now. The same yellow walls, the same cracked linoleum, but something had shifted. I opened the drawer where I keep utility bills and found them organized differently than I remembered. Not messy, but neat, too neat. Someone had been through them. The electric bill was on top, folded in half. I never fold my bills. I crumple them and stuff them in there like everyone else. My phone buzzed, unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. The message was 30 seconds of silence, then a click. I played it again. In the background, barely audible, was the sound of gravel crunching, like footsteps, like someone walking away from my mailbox. I grabbed my keys and drove to the post office. The clerk was a thin man with nervous hands who kept tapping his pen against the counter. He looked up my address and frowned. According to their records, I'd requested a mail hold 3 days ago. I hadn't. He showed me the paperwork, my name, my address, but the signature was wrong, close, but not quite right. The E in my last name was too round, the R too sharp. Someone had been planning this. I asked to see the security footage. The clerk shook his head. They only keep it for 48 hours unless there's an incident. I asked what constituted an incident. He said theft, assault, something reportable. I asked if forging a mail hold request counted. He said he'd have to check with his supervisor. The supervisor was a woman with silver hair and tired eyes. She looked at the paperwork and then at me. She asked if I had any idea who might have done this. I said no, but I was lying. I had an idea. I just didn't want to say it out loud yet. She made copies of everything and said she'd look into it. Her tone suggested she wouldn't. I left my phone number anyway. Driving home, I noticed a car behind me. Blue sedan, 2 people inside. They'd been behind me when I left the house, too. I took a detour through the shopping center and they followed. I parked and they drove past, but not before I saw the passenger clearly. A woman with dark hair, long dark hair. Back at my house, I checked every lock, every window. Everything was secure, but security felt like an illusion now. I sat at my kitchen table and spread out the evidence. The hair, the forged paperwork, the phone message. None of it made sense individually, but together they painted a picture I didn't want to see. I called my sister. She lived 2 states away, but she'd know what to do. She always did. The phone rang 6 times before she answered. Her voice sounded strained, like she'd been crying. I asked if she was okay. She said she was fine, just tired. I told her about the mailbox, the hair, the forged documents. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she asked if I remembered the woman who used to live in my house before me. I said no. She said her name was something with an M, and she'd had long dark hair. She disappeared one night, just left everything behind. The landlord had sold all her belongings and rented the place to me. I felt cold suddenly. The kitchen felt smaller, like the walls were closing in. I asked my sister how she knew all this. She said the neighbors had told her when she'd helped me move in. She'd meant to mention it, but it had slipped her mind. I hung up and went to the basement. I'd been living here for 2 years and had never really explored down there, just used it for storage, but now I looked closer. In the far corner, behind some boxes I'd never moved, there was a small area that looked different. The concrete floor was newer, a slightly different shade of gray. I moved the boxes. Underneath was a patch of concrete about 3 feet square. It was definitely newer than the rest of the floor, and there was something else. Scratched into the surface, barely visible, were initials. I ran upstairs and called the police. The dispatcher asked what my emergency was. I tried to explain, but it sounded crazy even to me. A missing woman, a patch of concrete, hair in my mailbox. She said she'd send someone to take a report. The officer who came was younger than I expected, with kind eyes and a patient manner. He listened to everything, took notes, asked good questions. He looked at the hair, the concrete, the forged paperwork. He said he'd file a report and look into the previous tenant. After he left, I sat in my living room and tried to piece it together. Someone had been watching me, studying my routines. They'd forged documents to stop my mail, cleaned out my mailbox, left evidence. But why? What did they want me to find? The phone rang, unknown number again. This time I answered. "You found her," said a woman's voice, quiet, calm. "Who is this? You know who this is." I didn't, but I was starting to understand. "What do you want?" "I want you to stop looking." "I'm not looking for anything." "Yes, you are. You're looking for answers, but some answers aren't meant to be found." The line went dead. I sat in the darkness for a long time thinking. The woman on the phone had sounded familiar, but I couldn't place her. The neighbor across the street, the woman in the blue sedan, my sister's strained voice. They all seemed connected now, part of something larger. I went back to the basement. The concrete patch looked different in the lamplight, not newer but older, weathered like it had been there for years, not months. I knelt down and traced the initials with my finger. MH, they were deep, carved with something sharp. I called my sister back. She didn't answer. I called again, still nothing. I checked the mailbox one more time. Empty, but this time there was something else. A small envelope, unmarked, tucked behind the door. Inside was a photograph. A woman with long dark hair standing in my kitchen. She was smiling, but her eyes looked afraid. On the back, in handwriting I didn't recognize, some houses keep their secrets, some don't. I looked at the photograph again. The kitchen was the same, but different. The walls were white, not yellow. The floor was different too. This picture was old, very old. I turned it over and looked at the writing again. The handwriting was familiar now. I'd seen it before on the forged mail hold request, but that was impossible. The woman in the photograph had disappeared years ago. Unless she hadn't disappeared at all. I locked the door and checked every window again. Then I sat at my kitchen table and waited for what I wasn't sure. But I had the feeling that whatever was happening wasn't over yet. It was just beginning. Outside, gravel crunched, footsteps approached, then stopped. I looked through the window. The street was empty, but the neighbor's curtains were moving again, and this time I could see her face clearly. She had long, dark hair. Crime 3, the nursery always calms me. Pale yellow walls, soft white curtains. But when I stepped in that morning, the crib was turned, pushed up against the far wall, bars facing the plaster. The mattress was dented like something heavy had pressed into it. I ran my hand across it. It was still warm. The baby monitor was off. I didn't touch the crib. I never moved it. I just stood there, barely breathing, as the rocking chair began to sway on its own. The silence felt wrong, not the peaceful quiet I'd grown accustomed to, but something heavier, something that pressed against my chest with each breath. I could smell something faint but disturbing, a metallic scent mixed with baby powder. My fingers traced the wooden rail of the crib, and I noticed small scratches in the paint, fresh ones that hadn't been there before. My phone buzzed, a text from my sister asking if everything was all right. I stared at the message, wondering what she meant. I hadn't called her, hadn't spoken to anyone since the night before, but when I checked my call log, there it was, a 43-second call to her number at 3 in the morning. I don't remember making it. I walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. The backyard looked different somehow. The small garden my partner had planted was disturbed, the soil darker in patches, fresh dirt. I pressed my palm against the cool glass and felt my breath fog the surface. Through the condensation, I could see footprints in the soft earth, small ones, too small to be mine or my partner's. The floorboards creaked behind me. I turned but found the room empty. The rocking chair had stopped moving. Everything was still again, but the wrongness lingered. I noticed the changing table was different too. The drawers were slightly open, and inside I found things I didn't recognize, a small silver bracelet, a photograph of a child I'd never seen before, a hospital bracelet with a name I couldn't make out. I sat on the floor, my back against the wall, and tried to remember the last few days clearly. They blurred together like watercolors in rain. I remembered voices, soft and urgent, but couldn't place them. I remembered signing papers, but the words swam off the pages when I tried to focus. I remembered sleeping, but waking up exhausted, as if I'd been walking all night. The baby monitor crackled to life, though I hadn't turned it on. Static filled the room, then cleared to reveal breathing, slow, steady, but not mine. I could hear rustling, like someone moving around downstairs. My heart hammered against my ribs as I realized I wasn't alone in the house. I'd thought I was. I'd been sure I was. I crept down the stairs, each step deliberate and careful. The kitchen light was on, casting long shadows across the linoleum. On the counter sat a mug of coffee, still steaming. Next to it, a plate with toast, one bite taken. The newspaper was open to the obituary section, though I never read that part. A name was circled in red ink, but when I leaned closer, the letters seemed to shift and blur. The basement door was ajar. I never go down there, haven't since we moved in. But now I could hear something, a soft tapping, rhythmic and patient, like fingers drumming against wood. I pushed the door open wider and felt cold air rush up from below. The tapping stopped. I descended slowly, the wooden steps groaning under my weight. The basement was darker than I remembered, filled with boxes I didn't recognize, old furniture covered in sheets, children's toys scattered across the concrete floor, a tricycle with one wheel missing, a dollhouse with all the windows painted black. In the corner stood a crib, identical to the one upstairs, but this one was older, the paint chipped and faded. Inside lay a blanket, neatly folded, and beside it a small notebook. I picked it up with trembling fingers and opened to the first page. My handwriting filled the lines, though I had no memory of writing any of it. The entries were dates and observations. Notes about sleep patterns, feeding schedules, developmental milestones, but the dates went back months before we'd moved into this house, before we'd even bought the crib upstairs. The final entry was from 3 days ago, getting stronger, almost ready. Soon everything will be as it should be. I heard footsteps above me, slow and deliberate. Someone was in the kitchen. I climbed the stairs as quietly as I could, my pulse thundering in my ears. The footsteps had stopped, but I could sense a presence, patient and watching. I reached the top of the stairs and peered around the corner. The kitchen was empty, but the back door was open. Cool air drifted in, carrying the scent of fresh earth and something else, something sweet and cloying that made my stomach turn. On the table sat a legal document I'd never seen before. Adoption papers, signed and dated, with a child's photograph attached. The child had my eyes. I sat down heavily in the kitchen chair, the document shaking in my hands. The photograph showed a little girl, maybe 2 years old, smiling at the camera. At the bottom of the page, in careful handwriting, someone had written, "Temporary placement terminated due to parental unfitness." My phone rang. The caller ID showed my own number. I stared at it, paralyzed, as it rang and rang. Finally, I answered. "Hello," my voice sounded strange, distant. "You need to remember," said a voice that sounded exactly like mine, "before it's too late." The line went dead. I sat in the kitchen, holding the phone, trying to piece together fragments of memory that kept slipping away like water through my fingers. The baby monitor upstairs crackled again, and this time I heard something that made my blood freeze. A child's laughter, soft and familiar, followed by a whisper, "Mommy, why did you forget me?" I ran upstairs to the nursery. The crib was back in its proper place, facing into the room. The mattress was smooth and untouched. The rocking chair was still. Everything looked exactly as it should, but nothing felt right. On the dresser sat a framed photograph I'd never seen before me, holding a little girl with my eyes and my smile. In the photograph I looked happy, complete, but I couldn't remember when it was taken, or who the child was, or why looking at it filled me with such profound grief. I touched the glass, and my reflection stared back, older and sadder than the woman in the picture. The sun was setting, painting the nursery walls in shades of amber and gold. I sat in the rocking chair and closed my eyes, trying to remember, trying to understand why this room felt like both sanctuary and tomb, why I kept forgetting things that felt too important to lose. Outside, I could hear children playing in the neighboring yards, their voices carried on the evening breeze. Normal sounds of normal lives. But inside this room, surrounded by all the careful preparations for a child who wasn't there, I sat with the growing certainty that some truths are too painful to remember, and some losses too profound to bear. The baby monitor crackled one last time. Through the static, I heard my own voice, distant and broken. "I'm sorry, sweetheart, Mommy's sorry." But I still couldn't remember what I was apologizing for. Crime 4, I caught it by accident. Something about the reflection was wrong. The layout looked the same, but the bottles were reversed. The crack in the tile wasn't where it should have been. My face looked back at me, but behind it, the room was off. I turned around and looked. Nothing strange, but in the mirror a drawer that was shut in real life now stood open. Something metal inside glinted faintly. I blinked. The mirror caught up. Everything was normal again, but the drawer stayed open. That's when I started paying attention to things I'd never noticed before. The house had been a gift from my aunt when she passed. She'd lived alone for years, and I'd visited maybe twice my entire life. Accepting the inheritance felt practical more than sentimental. The mortgage was gone, the neighborhood was decent, and I needed somewhere to start over after the divorce. But mirrors don't lie, at least they're not supposed to. I opened that drawer the mirror had shown me. Inside were prescription bottles with names I didn't recognize, all filled recently. The pharmacy stickers were still crisp. One bottle contained sleeping pills, another held anxiety medication. The third was empty, but residue clung to the bottom like fine powder. My aunt had been healthy when she died. Heart attack, they said, natural causes. She was 73 after all. I called the pharmacy to ask about the prescriptions. The woman on the phone was helpful until I mentioned my aunt's name. Then her voice changed. She became formal, distant. She couldn't discuss patient information, she said, even for deceased patients. but she paused too long before hanging up, like she wanted to say something else. The funeral director's office was downtown, cramped between a dry cleaner and a tax service. The man who'd handled the arrangements looked tired when I walked in. He remembered my aunt immediately. "Sweet woman," he said, very specific about her final wishes. Cremation, no service, no viewing. She'd planned everything in advance, paid for it all, made it easy for the family. "Did she seem sick when you met with her?" He shifted in his chair. She was thorough, brought all her paperwork, knew exactly what she wanted. But now that you mention it, she did seem anxious, kept checking her phone, looking over her shoulder. I figured she was just emotional about making those kinds of arrangements. "When did she make them?" 2 weeks before she passed. I spent that evening going through her papers. Everything was organized with surgical precision. Bills paid up to date, bank statements filed chronologically, insurance documents in perfect order. But tucked between utility bills, I found something that didn't belong, a receipt for a security camera system, purchased just a month before she died. I searched the house room by room, no cameras anywhere. The receipt showed cash payment and included installation service. Someone had removed them. The next morning I called the security company. The installer remembered the job. My aunt had been very specific about camera placement, one in the kitchen facing the back door, one in the living room covering the front entrance, and one in the hallway that captured both bedroom doors. She seemed scared, he told me, kept asking if the cameras would record even if someone cut the power. I told her about the backup battery system and she upgraded on the spot, added cloud storage too, said she wanted everything saved remotely. "What happened to the equipment?" "Someone called to cancel the service and schedule removal, said they were family, provided all the right account information." The cloud storage account was still active. I had my aunt's laptop and her passwords were saved in a notebook beside her bed. Everything about her final weeks was documented, stored safely online where no one thought to look. The footage showed my aunt's normal routine for the first week. She cooked, cleaned, watched television, but then patterns changed. She started staying up later, checking locks multiple times, peering through curtains. Someone was visiting regularly, always entering through the back door, always staying just out of the camera's view. I could see my aunt's reactions, though. She'd tense up when footsteps approached. Her conversations were one-sided from what I could hear, but her body language screamed fear. She'd nod quickly, hands shaking, backing away from whoever was speaking. 3 days before she died, the visitors' pattern changed. Instead of quick visits, they stayed longer. My aunt stopped eating. She'd take pills with water, then sit staring at nothing. The bottles from the bathroom drawer appeared on her kitchen table. The final recording was from the night she died. My aunt moved through the house like she was sleepwalking, collecting pill bottles, filling a glass with water. She sat at the kitchen table and opened each bottle slowly, deliberately, but then she stopped. She looked directly at one of the cameras and mouthed something I couldn't quite make out. She stood up, walked to the bathroom, and came back with a small recording device. She placed it on the table, pressed record, and began to speak. The audio was too low for the security camera to pick up clearly, but I could see her lips moving urgently, like she was confessing something important. When she finished, she hid the recorder somewhere off camera and returned to the pills. But she didn't take them. Instead, she gathered them up and threw them in the trash. She looked relieved, almost defiant. 2 hours later, the back door opened, heavy footsteps. My aunt's face changed completely, terror, recognition, resignation all at once. The visitor stayed out of camera range, but I could hear muffled voices, an argument escalating. Then silence. My aunt collapsed just outside the camera's view. The visitor's feet appeared briefly as they checked her pulse, collected the pill bottles from the trash, and left through the back door. The whole thing took less than 10 minutes. I found the recording device exactly where I thought I would, taped under the kitchen table. My aunt's voice was clear and steady. If you're hearing this, it means I didn't survive the night. The person visiting me has been forcing me to take medication, threatening to hurt my family if I don't comply. They want my death to look natural, like suicide or an overdose. They've been planning this for weeks, maybe months. I know who they are and I know why they're doing this. The answer is in my bedroom closet, behind the photo of my wedding. I'm sorry I was too scared to fight back sooner. I hope this helps you find the truth. Behind the wedding photo was a manila envelope containing bank statements, insurance policies, and correspondence that painted a clear picture. My aunt had discovered someone embezzling from the local charity she'd volunteered with for decades. She'd confronted them, threatened to go to the police. Instead of facing exposure, they'd chosen murder disguised as natural causes. The name on the documents wasn't one I recognized, but the signature matched handwriting I'd seen before, on the funeral arrangements my aunt had supposedly made herself. I called the police, handed over everything. They arrested the funeral director the next day. Turns out he'd been skimming from both the charity and his business for years. My aunt's discovery would have ruined him, so he'd visited her repeatedly, gradually poisoning her with the medications while making her death look like either suicide or natural causes. But there was one detail the police couldn't explain, one thing that still bothers me when I look in that bathroom mirror. My aunt died fighting back. She'd stopped taking the pills, hidden the evidence, recorded her confession. She was going to expose him the next morning. So why did her face in those final moments look resigned, almost accepting? I keep thinking about that last conversation on the security footage, the way she looked at him when he entered, like she knew him differently than just the funeral director, like there was history there I'd never know about. The case is closed officially, justice served. But sometimes I catch myself staring into that mirror, wondering what other reflections might be wrong, what other truths might be hiding just beneath the surface of things that seem perfectly normal. Because mirrors don't lie, but people do. And sometimes the reflection shows us exactly what we need to see, even when we're not ready to understand it. Crime 5, I don't take pictures, I barely use the camera, but while deleting old files, I found a folder I didn't recognize. Inside, 7 photos, all taken from inside my house. The angles were strange, low to the ground, off-center, some blurry. One showed the edge of my bed, another the inside of my fridge. The last one was a close-up of my face asleep. I checked the metadata, no timestamps, no location, just file names in a sequence. And the camera roll was locked until yesterday. My hands felt cold holding the phone. The screen's brightness seemed too harsh in my dimly lit kitchen. I set the device down on the counter and stepped back, as if distance could somehow erase what I'd seen. The coffee maker gurgled behind me, the sound unnaturally loud in the silence. I picked up the phone again. The photos were still there, still real, still impossible. The first image showed my living room from an angle I'd never seen before. The perspective was low, like someone had been crawling or lying on the floor. The corner of my couch appeared in the frame, along with the edge of the coffee table where I kept my keys, but something was off about the lighting. It wasn't the warm lamp glow I was used to. It was harsh, clinical, like a flash had been used. I scrolled to the next photo, my kitchen sink photographed from below. The faucet loomed overhead like a metallic tree. Dirty dishes sat in the basin, including a mug I remembered washing just yesterday. Or had I? The memory felt slippery, uncertain. The third photo made my stomach tight. It showed the hallway leading to my bedroom, but the angle suggested the photographer had been hiding behind the bathroom door. The wooden floor stretched out in perfect detail, every scratch and scuff mark visible. I could even see the small stain near the bedroom threshold where I'd spilled wine months ago. I found myself walking to that exact spot. My bare feet found the stain automatically. I looked back toward the bathroom, trying to imagine someone standing there with my phone, waiting, watching. The thought made my skin crawl. Back in the kitchen, I studied the fourth photo, my bedroom window from the outside, but that was impossible. The window faced the backyard, and there was no ladder, no way to reach that height without considerable effort. Yet there it was, my window, my curtains partially drawn, taken from outside during what appeared to be daylight. I walked to the bedroom and peered through the glass. The yard looked normal, empty, but something about the grass seemed different. Patches of it were flattened as if something heavy had been placed there, or someone had been standing in the same spot for a long period. The fifth photo showed my refrigerator's interior. Every item was visible in stark detail. The milk carton, the leftover pasta, the condiments lined up in the door. But one thing struck me as wrong. There was a container of yogurt on the middle shelf that I didn't remember buying. The expiration date was clearly visible in the photo, but when I opened the actual fridge, the yogurt wasn't there. My hands were shaking now. The phone felt heavier somehow, like it contained more than just data and circuitry. I scrolled to the sixth photo with reluctance. It was my bathroom mirror, but the reflection wasn't mine. The image was too blurry to make out details, but the silhouette was wrong. The shoulders were broader, the posture different. Someone else had been standing in my bathroom, using my phone to document my space. The seventh photo made me sit down hard on the kitchen chair. It was me, asleep in my bed, taken from the doorway. The quality was surprisingly clear, suggesting whoever took it had steady hands and plenty of light. My face was peaceful, unaware, vulnerable. The covers were pulled up to my chin, exactly how I always slept when I was cold. But the disturbing part wasn't the invasion of privacy. It was the timestamp visible on my alarm clock in the background. The photo had been taken 3 nights ago during a storm that had knocked out power in the neighborhood. I remembered that evening clearly because I'd gone to bed early, frustrated by the blackout. Yet somehow, impossibly, there had been enough light for a clear photograph. I called my sister. She listened to my explanation with growing concern, then asked the obvious question. Had I checked if anyone else had access to my phone? The answer was no, but I promised to investigate. After hanging up, I scrolled through my apps, looking for anything unfamiliar. That's when I found the hidden folder labeled Shared Albums. Inside was a collection I didn't create, titled Home Security. It contained not just the 7 photos I'd discovered, but dozens more. Images of my house from every angle, my daily routine documented in uncomfortable detail. Photos of me eating breakfast, watching television, working on my laptop. The metadata on these additional photos painted a timeline spanning weeks. Someone had been documenting my life systematically, methodically. The photos were organized by location, kitchen, bedroom, living room, bathroom, like a catalog. But the most unsettling discovery came when I checked my phone's location services. According to the data, my device had been active in places I'd never been. An address across town, a parking lot near the shopping center, a residential street I didn't recognize. The timestamps corresponded with periods when I thought my phone was safely in my possession. I started checking my locks obsessively, every door, every window. I found scratches around the back door's lock that I'd never noticed before. Fresh scratches, the kind that come from tools, not keys. That evening I sat in my living room with all the lights on, the phone face down on the coffee table. I couldn't bring myself to look at it, but I couldn't ignore it either. Every small sound made me jump. The house settling, the refrigerator cycling on, the furnace kicking in. Sounds I'd lived with for years suddenly felt foreign and threatening. Around midnight, the phone buzzed with a text message. Unknown number, no words, just an image. It was a photo of me, sitting exactly where I was at that moment, taken from outside my front window. I turned off all the lights and crawled to the window, staying below the sill. The street appeared empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched from somewhere in the darkness. The next morning I took the phone to a repair shop. The technician was helpful but puzzled. According to the diagnostic, the device was functioning normally. No unauthorized access, no malware, no signs of tampering. The photos were real, stored in the phone's memory, but the system showed no record of when or how they'd been created. "It's like they just appeared," he said, frowning at his computer screen. I filed a police report, but the officer seemed skeptical. Without evidence of actual breaking and entering, there wasn't much they could do. He suggested changing my locks and maybe installing security cameras. But I kept thinking about something the technician had mentioned. The photos had been taken with professional-grade camera settings, manual focus, adjusted exposure, careful composition. Someone with expertise had been documenting my life. I started remembering small things. Items moved slightly from where I'd left them. The feeling of being watched while doing mundane tasks. Dreams that felt too vivid, too real. A persistent sense that my space had been violated in ways I couldn't quite articulate. The realization came gradually, like a photograph developing in a darkroom. The person taking these photos wasn't a stranger. They knew my routines, my habits, my schedule. They had intimate knowledge of my living space and access to my most private moments. I thought about everyone who'd ever been in my house. Family members, friends, repair technicians, delivery drivers. The list was longer than I'd expected. But one name kept surfacing in my mind, someone I'd trusted completely. The evidence was circumstantial but compelling. The professional quality of the photos, the intimate knowledge of my space, the systematic documentation, the fact that my phone had been compromised without leaving digital fingerprints. I never confronted them directly. Instead, I quietly changed my locks, replaced my phone, and installed a security system. The photos stopped appearing, but the feeling of being watched never fully went away. Sometimes I catch myself wondering if I was wrong, if my suspicions were just paranoia born from violation and fear. But then I remember the yogurt container that existed only in a photograph, and the impossibly clear image taken during a power outage. The truth is, I'll never know for certain who turned my phone into a window for their voyeuristic obsession. The evidence disappeared when I factory reset the device, and my memories feel unreliable, colored by anxiety and doubt. But I still check my phone's camera roll compulsively, and I still sleep with one eye open, wondering if somewhere in the darkness, someone is documenting my most vulnerable moments. The case, if you can call it that, remains unsolved. The photos exist only in my memory now, but the violation they represent has permanently altered how I move through my own space. I don't take pictures, I barely use the camera, but sometimes, late at night, I wonder who else might be using it for me. Crime 6, I was about to head out when I touched the front doorknob and it burned with cold, not cool, frozen. I pulled my hand back and stared at the handle. The lock was scratched, metal shavings scattered at the base. I opened the door carefully, nothing outside, but the welcome mat had been flipped over, corners misaligned, and on the edge of the wooden frame there were 4 small fingerprints, pressed inward, like someone had been holding the door from the inside. I stood there for a long moment, studying those prints. They were too small for my hands, too deliberate to be accidental. The morning air carried a scent I couldn't place, something metallic mixed with lavender. It reminded me of the perfume she used to wear, the one that lingered in the hallway long after she'd left for work. The house felt different when I closed the door behind me, heavier. I moved through the rooms methodically, checking windows, examining surfaces. In the kitchen, the coffee maker was still warm, though I hadn't used it that morning. A single cup sat in the sink, lipstick stain on the rim, the same shade she always wore. I found the first recording device taped under the dining table. Small, professional grade, still blinking red. My hands shook as I peeled it away from the wood. The adhesive was fresh, sticky against my fingertips. Someone had been listening, but for how long? The second device was in the bedroom, hidden behind the picture frame we'd bought together during our anniversary trip. The one where we both looked so happy, so unaware of what was coming. I held the tiny recorder up to the light, watching the lead pulse like a heartbeat. That's when I remembered the phone call from last week. The voice had been distorted, mechanical, but the words were clear. She knew what you did. I'd assumed it was a prank, some twisted joke. Now I wondered if someone had been watching, recording, waiting. I played back the messages on the answering machine. Her voice, bright and normal, talking about grocery lists and dinner plans, but there was something underneath, a tension I hadn't noticed before. In the third message, she mentioned staying late at the office again, the 4th time that month. The police report sat in my desk drawer where I'd left it, pages worn from handling. Missing person case, they'd called it. No signs of struggle, no evidence of foul play. Just an empty car found by the highway, keys still in the ignition, purse untouched on the passenger seat. The detective had asked if she'd been acting strangely, if there were problems at home. I'd said no, of course not. Everything was perfect. But now I pulled out her laptop, the one the police had returned after finding nothing suspicious. Her browser history showed searches I'd never seen before. How to disappear, new identity documents, untraceable phone numbers. The timestamps showed she'd been researching for weeks before she vanished. There was a folder buried deep in her files, password protected. I tried her birthday, our anniversary, the name of her childhood pet. Nothing worked. Then I remembered the small scar on her wrist, the one from the broken glass incident. The date when everything changed between us, the password accepted. Inside were photos I'd never seen. Pictures of me taken from a distance outside my office at the grocery store meeting clients. Notes in her handwriting documenting my schedule, my habits, my lies. She'd been investigating me, building a case like I was the criminal. The final document was a letter addressed to her sister, never sent. It detailed everything, the missing money from her account, the strange phone calls, the feeling of being watched. But most disturbing was the last paragraph. I think he knows that I know. The way he looks at me has changed. I can't stay here anymore. If something happens to me, check the basement. I'd never read those words before, but my feet carried me downstairs anyway. The basement smelled of damp concrete and something else, that same metallic lavender scent from the front door. In the corner, behind the old furniture we'd planned to donate, I found a hole in the wall, freshly made, just large enough for a person to crawl through. The tunnel led to the neighboring house, the one that had been empty for months. Inside, I found her makeshift office, surveillance equipment, photographs, recordings of our conversations. She'd been living there, watching me, documenting everything while I believed she was missing. On the desk was a final recording, my name written on the label in her careful handwriting. I pressed play with trembling fingers. Her voice filled the empty room. I know you're listening to this eventually. I know you'll find this place because you always find everything. You found my journal, my secret savings account, my sister's phone number, but this time I was ready. The recording continued, her voice calm but determined. The police think I'm missing, but I'm not. I'm hiding. From you, I've been watching you search for me, seen you plant evidence to make it look like I ran away. But I have proof of what you really did, the real reason you wanted me gone. My chest tightened as her words painted a picture I didn't want to see. Late night meetings with people I couldn't identify, money transfers I couldn't explain, conversations I thought no one else could hear. She'd been building a case against me while I'd been planning how to make her disappear permanently. The recording ended with an address, a storage unit across town. I drove there in a daze, using the key she'd hidden in the tunnel. Inside were boxes of evidence, financial records, photographs, witness statements. Everything needed to prove what I'd been doing, what I'd planned to do to her. But there was one more item, a burner phone with a single contact saved. I called the number with shaking hands. Her voice answered, different now, stronger. I wondered when you'd find this place. Where are you? I asked, though part of me already knew. Somewhere safe, somewhere you can't hurt me. The police have copies of everything now. They're coming for you. I looked around the storage unit at the careful documentation of my crimes, my lies, my plans. She'd outmaneuvered me completely, vanished while making me believe I was the hunter. I was the one being watched, recorded, tracked. The sirens grew louder in the distance as I sat among the evidence of my own guilt. Those fingerprints on the door frame, the cold handle, the recording devices, she'd left them as breadcrumbs, knowing I'd follow the trail she'd prepared, knowing I'd eventually lead myself here. The doorknob had been cold on the inside because she'd already escaped, leaving behind only the shell of the life we'd built together. And now, as the police cars surrounded the storage facility, I realized she'd been planning this much longer than I'd been planning anything at all. In the end, I never found her, but she'd found everything she needed to disappear forever while ensuring I never could. Crime 7, I was on the phone with someone I thought I knew. Casual conversation until they said, "You should move that chair, you'll trip over it." I froze. There was no way they could see it. "And maybe clean under the couch," they added. I asked where they were. The line went quiet. Then I heard creaking, real creaking, not over the phone, coming from the next room. When I hung up, the call log had no recent entries, but the chair had already been moved. That was 3 weeks ago. The chair incident should have been the end of it, something I'd laugh about later with friends. Instead, it became the beginning of something I'm still trying to understand. The voice on that call belonged to my neighbor, or at least I thought it did. We'd spoken dozens of times before, always the same pleasant tone, the same familiar cadence, but something was different that night. I started paying attention to details I'd never noticed before. The way conversations seemed to happen when I was alone. The way certain topics came up that felt too specific, too personal. When I mentioned this to another neighbor, they looked at me strangely and said they'd never given me their number. The phone records became my obsession. I called the company, explained the situation, asked for detailed logs. The representative was helpful at first, walking me through each entry until we reached that specific call. There was nothing, no incoming call during that time frame, no outgoing calls either. According to their system, my phone had been completely inactive for over an hour that evening. I started recording everything, every conversation, every phone call, every sound that seemed out of place. The recordings revealed patterns I hadn't noticed before, background noises that didn't match where I thought the other person was calling from, voices that sounded almost right but had subtle differences in pronunciation, in breathing patterns, in the way certain words were emphasized. The most disturbing recording was from a week later. Another call, same voice asking about my day. Normal enough until they mentioned the new lock I'd installed on my back door. I hadn't told anyone about that lock. I'd bought it cash, installed it myself, hadn't even thrown away the packaging yet. When I asked how they knew about it, the voice laughed, a sound that made my skin crawl because it was too perfect, too practiced. That's when I started checking the lock obsessively. Every morning, every evening, sometimes in the middle of the night. The scratches around the keyhole were subtle at first, barely visible unless you knew what to look for. Fresh metal shavings that caught the light differently than the weathered surface around them. Someone had been practicing with my lock, learning its mechanisms, perfecting their technique. I installed a camera facing the back door. The footage was mostly unremarkable: delivery trucks, stray cats, the occasional person walking by on the path behind my house. But there were gaps, 15-minute intervals where the timestamp jumped forward with no explanation. The camera's memory card showed no signs of tampering, no deleted files, nothing that would explain the missing time. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. While reviewing weeks of footage, I noticed something in the reflection of my kitchen window. A figure standing just outside the camera's range, perfectly positioned to avoid detection but visible for just a few frames in the glass. The person was holding something, a phone, pressed to their ear, moving their lips in sync with a voice I recognized. I enhanced the image as much as I could with basic software. The face was partially obscured, but the body language was familiar. The way they held their shoulders, the specific gesture they made with their free hand, I'd seen it before, during what I thought were normal conversations with my neighbor. When I confronted them directly, walking over to their house with the printed image in my hand, they answered the door with genuine confusion. They examined the photo, pointed out details I'd missed, the different clothing, the wrong height, the fact that they'd been out of town during the timestamp on the image. We compared calendars, looked at their travel receipts, verified their alibi through multiple sources. They hadn't been home for 3 days when that footage was taken. The investigation expanded beyond my immediate neighbors. I started documenting every interaction, every phone call, every person who seemed to know too much about my daily routine. The pattern that emerged was more complex than I'd imagined. Multiple voices, multiple impersonators, each knowing different aspects of my life with unsettling precision. The police were skeptical but polite. They filed a report, took copies of my evidence, promised to look into it. The detective assigned to the case was thorough, professional, but I could see the doubt in his eyes when I explained about the voice recordings and the missing call logs. He suggested I might be dealing with a sophisticated phone scam, identity theft, maybe someone trying to gather information for a burglary. But the explanation didn't fit the evidence. Nothing was ever stolen. No attempts were made to access my accounts or steal my identity. The intrusions were more subtle, more psychological. Someone was learning my patterns, my habits, my fears, not for financial gain, but for reasons I couldn't comprehend. The final recording changed everything. It was longer than the others, more detailed, almost conversational. The voice was explaining things I'd never told anyone, childhood memories, family secrets, personal fears I'd never spoken aloud. The information was too specific, too accurate to be guessed or researched online. As I listened to that recording, I realized the voice wasn't just imitating my neighbor anymore. It was imitating me. My own speech patterns, my own way of processing thoughts, my own unconscious verbal habits played back with perfect accuracy. The conversation I was hearing was between two versions of myself, one asking questions, one providing answers I didn't remember giving. The case remains open officially. The detective still returns my calls, still asks if I've noticed anything new, but I've stopped collecting evidence. The recordings have been stored away, the cameras taken down, the enhanced photographs filed in a box I rarely open. Because I've started to wonder if the voice wasn't trying to deceive me at all. What if it was trying to help me remember something I'd forgotten? Something I'd hidden from myself so completely that it took an external voice, my own voice, to bring it back to the surface. The chair in my living room is still in the wrong position. I've never moved it back. Sometimes, in the quiet of evening, I catch myself staring at it, wondering what else I might have moved, what else I might have changed, what else I might have forgotten about the night that call came through. The truth is somewhere in those recordings, in those gaps of missing time, in the reflection of that kitchen window. But I'm not sure I want to find it anymore. Some investigations are better left unfinished, some voices better left unidentified, some truths better left buried where they can't hurt anyone. The phone hasn't rung in weeks. Crime-mate, I always toss everything into one bag, paper, plastic, food scraps. Lazy, I know, but when I opened the bin that morning it was organized, bottles cleaned and aligned, boxes flattened, food waste in a sealed pouch. Someone had gone through my trash and corrected it. The bags were tied with a knot I don't use, and wedged between the layers was a note, no handwriting, just 3 words stamped in red, I see everything. The coffee mug slipped from my fingers, not hard enough to break, just enough to spill across the kitchen counter. My hands were shaking as I wiped it clean, but my eyes kept returning to that crimson stamp. The paper felt different too, thicker than normal notebook paper, with a texture that reminded me of official documents. I called the police that afternoon. The officer who answered sounded bored until I mentioned the note. Then his tone shifted. He asked me to describe it again, every detail. The way the letters were pressed into the paper, the exact shade of red, whether I'd noticed anyone watching my house recently. That question stuck with me. Had I noticed anyone? I started thinking about the past few weeks, replaying moments I dismissed as coincidence. The woman who walked her dog past my house every morning at the same time, always glancing toward my windows. The delivery truck that parked across the street for longer than necessary. The mailman who seemed to take extra care arranging my letters. The officer arrived within the hour. He examined the note under a small magnifying glass, then sealed it in a plastic bag. He asked about my neighbors, my routine, whether I lived alone. Standard questions, he said, but his eyes kept scanning my kitchen, lingering on details I couldn't identify. He left me his card and promised to increase patrols in the area, but as his car disappeared down the street, I felt more exposed than protected. Someone had been close enough to touch my belongings, to reorganize my most private waste. They knew what I ate, what I threw away, how carelessly I lived my life. The next morning I watched from my bedroom window as the garbage truck made its rounds. The driver moved efficiently from house to house, but when he reached my bin, he paused. He lifted the lid, examined the contents, then looked directly at my window. Our eyes met for just a moment before he continued his route. I called the sanitation department. The supervisor assured me that all their drivers were thoroughly background checked. He gave me the driver's name and employee number, then asked why I was concerned. I couldn't explain the look in the man's eyes or the way he'd lingered at my bin without sounding paranoid. The investigation moved slowly. The officer called every few days with updates that weren't really updates. No fingerprints on the note. The stamp was generic, available at any office supply store. No witnesses had come forward. The case was being taken seriously, he insisted, but there wasn't much to pursue. I started documenting everything, taking photos of my trash before putting it out, recording the times when I noticed people on my street, keeping a journal of unusual occurrences, no matter how small. The woman with the dog now crossed to the other side when she passed my house. The delivery truck had stopped appearing altogether. But other things began happening. My mail was sometimes arranged differently than how I'd left it. Items in my refrigerator were moved to new positions. Books on my nightstand were stacked in orders I didn't remember creating. Small changes, easily explained away as memory lapses or absent-minded reorganization. The second note arrived 3 weeks later. Same red stamp, same thick paper, but this time the message was longer. Your patterns are changing. Interesting. It was tucked inside my morning newspaper, folded neatly between the local news and sports sections. This time I didn't call the police immediately. Instead, I sat in my kitchen, studying the note under different lighting. The stamping was identical to the first message, but something felt different about the paper placement. It was positioned exactly where I would see it first when opening the newspaper. Someone knew how I read, in what order I examined the sections. I started varying my routines deliberately, taking different routes to work, shopping at different stores, changing when I put out my trash. But each modification felt like a performance, as if I were dancing for an invisible audience that appreciated the choreography. The officer seemed less interested in the second note. He filed it with the first, asked the same questions, made the same promises about increased vigilance. But I could see the resignation in his expression. Without more concrete evidence or escalating behavior, there wasn't much the police could do about someone who organized trash and left cryptic messages. My neighbor mentioned seeing me talking to myself while checking my mail. I didn't remember doing that, but I couldn't deny it either. The constant awareness of being watched was changing how I moved through my daily life. I found myself explaining my actions out loud, as if justifying my choices to an unseen observer. The third note never came. Instead, I found my trash perfectly organized again, but this time there was something missing. The coffee grounds from that morning were gone, not thrown away elsewhere, completely absent. Someone had taken them, leaving the rest of my waste meticulously sorted. I called the officer again, but he was off duty for the next week. His replacement listened politely to my report, but couldn't hide his skepticism when I explained the significance of missing coffee grounds. She promised to add the incident to my file. That afternoon, I received a call from someone claiming to be a journalist. She said she was researching a story about unusual harassment cases and had heard about my situation through her police contacts. She asked detailed questions about the notes, the timing, my daily routines. Her interest seemed genuine, almost eager. But when I asked for her credentials, her tone changed. She said she'd call back after consulting with her editor, but she never did. When I tried calling the number she'd given me, it went straight to a generic voicemail box. I started wondering if the notes were connected to something larger, a pattern of harassment affecting multiple people maybe, or someone studying behavioral responses to surveillance. The attention felt too methodical, too patient to be random malice. The coffee grounds bothered me more than the notes. Taking something required a different level of intrusion than simply leaving messages. It suggested someone who wanted a piece of my daily life, a sample of my private habits. I began storing my trash in the garage until collection day, but that felt like surrender. 2 months passed without any new incidents. The police patrols gradually decreased. The officer assigned to my case was transferred to a different division. My file was passed to someone new who reviewed it over the phone, asking questions that suggested he was reading the reports for the first time. I almost convinced myself it was over. Then I found the coffee grounds, not in my trash, but carefully arranged in a small pile on my back porch. Fresh grounds, still damp, forming a perfect circle about the size of a dinner plate. No note this time, but the message was clear. Everything taken can be returned. Standing there, staring at this strange offering, I realized the truth that had been growing in my mind for weeks. The pattern wasn't random harassment or studied surveillance. It was something more personal. Someone who knew exactly how to unsettle me, who understood that the fear of being watched was more powerful than any direct threat. The investigation continues officially, but I know it will never be solved. The person responsible understands the system too well, knows how to stay just within the boundaries of legal ambiguity. They've shown me that privacy is an illusion and that someone is always watching, always sorting through the evidence of our lives. I still put out my trash on collection day, but now I sort it carefully, the way someone else taught me to do, because I understand now that this was never about catching a stalker or solving a crime. It was about learning to see the patterns that were always there, hidden in plain sight. The real question isn't who was watching me, it's who I was really watching in return. Crime 9, the hallway closet has always been stiff. You have to yank it open with a bit of force. But this time when I pulled, the wood resisted more than usual. The edge had deep grooves along the side, uneven scratches, 3 in a row, not from a key, not from a knife. The inside smelled like old paper and something sour. My coats were pushed back like they'd been disturbed. On the top shelf was a box I didn't recognize. When I reached for it, something inside shifted and hit the side with a soft thud. The box was heavier than it looked, cardboard but reinforced with tape that had yellowed around the edges. No label, no writing, just smooth brown surface and the weight of whatever was inside. I set it on the kitchen table and stared at it for what felt like forever. The silence in the house pressed against my ears. Even the refrigerator had stopped humming. Inside were photographs, dozens of them, all taken from a distance through windows from across streets. Some were blurry, others sharp enough to see individual faces. People I didn't recognize going about their daily lives, walking dogs, checking mail, sitting in their cars. Each photo had a small white sticker in the corner with a number written in black ink. I found myself turning each one over, looking for dates or names. Nothing, just those numbers increasing as I went deeper into the stack. The final photograph stopped me cold. It was our house, taken from the street, showing the front porch and the window where I'm sitting right now. The number in the corner was 847. The police report was underneath the photos. Folded into a small square, the paper was soft from handling. The case number was partially torn, but I could make out enough to know it was recent. The victim's name was blacked out with heavy marker strokes. Assault, breaking and entering. The suspect description was vague, average height, dark clothing. The witness statements were brief and contradictory. One person saw a man, another saw a woman, someone else saw nothing at all. My hands were shaking as I read through the details. The victim lived alone. The attack happened during the afternoon. The perpetrator entered through a window that had been left open. Nothing was stolen. The victim survived but refused to speak about what happened. The case was closed due to lack of evidence. I called the number on the report. The detective who answered had a tired voice and a slight accent I couldn't place. He remembered the case but seemed reluctant to discuss it over the phone. When I mentioned the photographs, his tone changed, became more focused. He agreed to meet me at a coffee shop downtown. The detective was younger than I expected. His badge was clipped to his belt and he kept checking his phone while we talked. He examined the photographs carefully, holding each one up to the light. When he reached the picture of our house, he paused. "You said you found these in your closet," he asked. I nodded. "How long have you lived there?" 2 years, maybe 3. He made a note in a small pad. The previous owner, did you know them? I shook my head. The sale had been handled through a real estate agent. The previous owner had already moved out by the time we did the walkthrough. The house was empty, cleaned, ready for new occupants. "We'll need to run these through our system," he said, gathering the photographs. "See if any of these people filed reports, check for patterns." But he didn't seem optimistic. His movements were mechanical, like he'd been through this routine many times before. As he stood to leave, he handed me a business card. "If you find anything else, call me immediately. Don't touch it, don't move it, just call." The house felt different when I returned. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every sound carried weight. I found myself checking the locks on doors I'd never locked before. The closet door, when I tried to open it again, moved smoothly. The resistance was gone. That evening I searched through the rest of the house. Methodically, room by room, I found more boxes hidden in places I'd never thought to look. Behind books on shelves, under loose floorboards in the basement, taped to the underside of drawers. Each box contained similar items. Photographs, reports, sometimes small personal objects that didn't belong to me. A silver bracelet, a pair of glasses, a house key that didn't fit any lock in our home. All of it organized with the same careful numbering system. The basement boxes were the most disturbing. They contained maps of the neighborhood with houses marked in red pen. Some had X's through them. Others were circled. Our house was circled. The house next door had an X. I knocked on the neighbor's door. An elderly woman answered, her face creased with worry lines. When I introduced myself, her expression changed to one of recognition. "You're the one who bought the house," she said. "I wondered when you'd come by." She invited me in for tea. Her living room was filled with family photographs and the kind of furniture that spoke of decades of careful use. She moved carefully, as if pain was a constant companion. "The previous owner," she began without prompting, "was an odd man, kept to himself mostly, but he had a habit of watching people, standing at his windows for hours. Sometimes I'd see him in his backyard at strange times, just looking over the fence." She paused to sip her tea. There were incidents. People reported feeling watched, cars broken into, nothing taken, just disturbed. The police came by a few times, but they never found anything concrete. "Did you ever talk to him?" Once I asked him about the noise from his basement, drilling sounds, hammering. He said he was doing renovations, but the work never seemed to finish. I thought about the boxes I'd found, the careful organization, the numbering system. "Did he ever take photographs?" Her hand trembled slightly as she set down her cup. "He had a camera, big one with a long lens. He'd carry it around the neighborhood, said he was documenting changes for historical purposes, but he never shared any pictures with anyone. When I returned home, I called the detective again. This time I told him about the maps, the neighbor's statement, the pattern I was beginning to see. He listened without interrupting. "We'll need to search the property," he said finally, "with your permission." The search team arrived the next morning, 3 officers and a forensic specialist. They worked quietly, methodically. They found more boxes I'd missed. They photographed everything. They took measurements. They asked questions I couldn't answer. In the basement they found something else, a small room behind a false wall. The detective called me down to see it. The space was cramped, barely large enough for one person to stand. The walls were covered with photographs, hundreds of them, all numbered, all taken from a distance. But these weren't random surveillance photos. They showed the same people over and over, different locations, different times. The progression told a story of obsession and escalation. The detective pointed to a series of photos on the far wall. These match reports we have on file, stalking cases, break-ins. We never connected them before. I studied the images. The subjects looked ordinary. People going about their lives, unaware they were being watched, unaware they were being hunted. "Where is he now?" I asked the previous owner. The detective's expression grew grim. "That's what we're trying to find out. He disappeared shortly after the house sale, left no forwarding address, no contact information. It's like he vanished." But as we stood in that hidden room, surrounded by evidence of years of careful observation, I realized something the detective hadn't considered yet. The photographs weren't just about the past. Some of them were recent, very recent. The number system wasn't just about organization, it was about progression, and the highest numbers were still climbing. Someone was continuing the work, someone who knew about the boxes, someone who had access to the house, someone who could move through it without being detected. I looked at the detective and I could see the same realization forming in his eyes. The case wasn't closed, it was just beginning. The closet door that had been so difficult to open now moved freely, like it was welcoming me back, like it was inviting me to look deeper. But I'm not sure I want to know what else might be hidden in this house, or who might be hiding it. Story 10. The cafe had been his sanctuary for as long as anyone could remember, his ritual unchanging, his presence a silent constant. The barista recognized his face, yet his name remained a mystery to all. Then one day he failed to appear. When the authorities investigated his usual spot, they discovered a wallet left behind. Inside, a driver's license with a face but no name, no address, just emptiness where his identity should have resided. Reviewing the security footage, Detective Sarah Mercer observed the impossible unfold. The man, now known as John Doe, entered, sat, but never departed. Mercer, in the dim glow of the station, studied the footage once more. John appeared ordinary on screen, average in stature, unremarkable in appearance, clad in a navy coat with a weathered messenger bag slung over his shoulder. His vanishing act left a trail of unease, for he had blended so well into the background. "Replay it," Mercer requested of the tech specialist. The footage replayed John's routine. His entrance during the bustling morning hours, his order of black coffee sans sugar, his retreat to a secluded table by a leafy plant. He wrote in a notebook, occasionally gazing through the window. Then inexplicably, he placed his wallet down, rose, and headed towards the restroom corridor. Yet he never returned. "Examine the restroom footage," Mercer urged. "There's a catch," the specialist responded. "He never entered any restroom. Every angle has been reviewed. It's as if he vanished into thin air." Back at her office, Mercer sifted through the wallet's contents. The photo on the license matched the enigmatic man, but personal details were absent, replaced by blanks. Credit cards bore no names, only random numbers leading to non-existent accounts. Neat stacks of cash, a receipt from the cafe dated 3 days earlier, and a lone business card with a barely discernible phone number were all that remained. Dialing the number led to silence on the other end, punctuated by the rustling of papers. The call ended after 30 seconds. The barista, a longtime acquaintance of John, shared sparse insights. He was a man of few words, always courteous, generous with tips. I think he had an accent, but his voice was a whisper. Did he ever engage with anyone here? Mercer inquired. Never. Always alone, lost in his writing, the barista recalled. The notebook, a cryptic puzzle, lay open beside the abandoned wallet, filled with what seemed like coded messages and enigmatic sketches of unfamiliar structures. As cryptographers struggled to decode the notebook, Mercer dispatched officers to seek any trace of John Doe in the neighborhood. No one recognized him, no missing persons matched his description, and his fingerprints yielded no matches. It was as though he existed solely within the cafe's confines. Mercer, immersed in the case, noticed a peculiar flicker in the timestamp whenever John entered the cafe. The tech specialist dismissed it as a glitch, but Mercer's intuition whispered otherwise. Returning to the cafe, she seated herself at John's table, her gaze shifting between the entrance and the hallway towards the restrooms, framed by an ancient mirror etched with symbols akin to those in John's notebook. Questioning the cafe owner about the mirror, Mercer discovered its ancient origins rooted in the building's history. It's remained untouched since I arrived. Heavy as a boulder, 2 men are needed to budge it, the owner remarked. Mercer, drawn to the mirror's mystical aura, noticed a subtle distortion in her reflection, a warmth emanating from its surface. When forensics delved behind the mirror, a hidden compartment unveiled identical wallets, each with a photo but no personal details, alongside a journal scribed by the same hand as John's notebook. The last entry read, "The experiment must cease. They draw near. The portal is closing." Fingerprints throughout the hidden space matched John Doe's, and carbon dating of the earliest wallet suggested it dated back 50 years, yet the face in the photo bore no signs of aging. The journal hinted at experiments involving temporal displacement and identity transference, referencing crossing back and window points. One passage resonated with Mercer. The cafe serves as a nexus where realities converge. The mirror is the threshold. When alignment aligns, passage opens. As the investigation unfolded, peculiar occurrences plagued the cafe. Patrons witnessed their reflections moving independently in the windows, some claiming sightings of John Doe at his table, despite video evidence to the contrary. A breakthrough emerged when an elderly woman, Margaret Keller, a former physicist from classified government projects, reached out to the authorities. She identified John Doe as Daniel Weston, a brilliant mind who vanished during quantum mirror experiments, theorizing about traversing parallel realities. Returning to the cafe, Mercer uncovered its connection to Weston's past research site, the building erected atop the laboratory where he disappeared. The case reached its zenith when, alone one night, Mercer spotted a revelation in the security footage, a mirrored reflection of John Doe observing his seated form, 2 iterations of the same man coexisting. Rushing to the cafe, Mercer found the shattered mirror, a cryptic note amidst the fragments. The experiment concludes, the passage seals. Do not pursue. The enigma of the elusive man remains unsolved, the cafe closing its doors, the building razed. Daniel Weston's fate remains a mystery, his journals vanishing under inexplicable circumstances. Mercer, haunted by the case, resigned from the force, her evenings spent transcribing in a notebook akin to Weston's, a fragment of the antique mirror hanging on her wall, its surface occasionally rippling unseen. Story 11. Once there was a woman who had always avoided venturing into the attic of her home. The creaky stairs and musty air filled her with unease, but when a fierce storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice but to face her fears. Reluctantly, she ascended into the attic, greeted by a sea of forgotten belongings cloaked in dust and cobwebs. Amidst the shadows in the farthest corner, an old dollhouse caught her eye. It was a peculiar sight, exquisitely detailed, with its miniature furniture arranged meticulously. Yet as she peered closer, a chill ran down her spine. The tiny figures within were not dolls as she first thought they were intricately hand-carved replicas of her own family. Each miniature person mirrored her family members perfectly, frozen in time just as they were downstairs. However, one figure stood out. The figure meant to represent her was positioned by the attic door, as if watching over them. Rebecca Morgan, the woman, couldn't shake off the unsettling feeling that gripped her as she traced her finger over the dollhouse roof, sensing the presence of the small wooden figure. This discovery sent shivers through her body, a sensation not solely caused by the cold draft whispering through the attic rafters. The dollhouse's existence was perplexing, for this house was not her childhood abode but a rental property her family had recently moved into. The unsettling saga began with Rebecca's frantic call to the authorities. Police officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in turmoil, huddled in fear in their living room, refusing to return to the upper floors. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their distress as a possible prank or a result of their adjustment to a new environment. However, the intricate details of the dollhouse figures caught her attention, each tiny carving capturing a distinctive trait of the family members: the father's receding hairline, the teenager's favorite hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. As forensic teams delved deeper, they uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any of the family members. More chilling were the microscopic cameras discreetly placed in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a complex surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the Morgan family's movements revealed a disturbing revelation. The positions of the miniature figures didn't merely align with their recent activities. They mirrored exact moments from various days, implying a prolonged period of observation. We soon realized this was no ordinary case of stalking, Detective Harmon later reflected. The perpetrator exhibited a level of fixation seldom seen in criminal investigations. The investigation took a harrowing turn when a hidden entrance to the basement was uncovered, concealed behind a false pantry wall. Inside, investigators stumbled upon a makeshift living space, littered with remnants indicating someone had been dwelling there even before the Morgans arrived. Food wrappers, empty water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted at a prolonged, covert residency beneath the unsuspecting family. What baffled investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Property records unveiled that the house had sat vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans' tenancy. The previous elderly occupants had both passed away within a short span, leaving their son in charge of selling the property. Interviews with neighbors yielded sparse information, with only a few recalling sporadic lights emanating from the house during its unoccupied phase. The breakthrough emerged through digital sleuthing. Examination of the surveillance data led investigators to a small apartment across town, where walls adorned with snapshots of the Morgan family and past residents greeted them. Detailed journal entries chronicled the daily routines of each family member with eerie accuracy. Most chillingly, a workshop housing numerous half-finished dollhouses, each representing different local homes, was discovered. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the deceased former homeowners, whose financial distress had led him to create the hidden living space to supplement his income from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse served as his command center, elucidated the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each miniature figure symbolized someone under his watchful gaze. The figure of Rebecca by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his acknowledgement of her uncovering his surveillance scheme. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed as he elucidated his rationale. They resided in my residence, slept in my parents' chamber. I needed assurance that they were treating it with reverence. When asked about the meticulously positioned figures, he merely stated, I wanted them to comprehend that I was always there, watching. A psychological evaluation unveiled a complex psyche entrenched in possessive delusion. Wells, incapable of coping with the loss of his childhood home, orchestrated an elaborate scheme to retain control over it. The dollhouse became his conduit to asserting dominance over both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never set foot in that house again. Rebecca, haunted by the revelation, shared that the most distressing moment wasn't discovering the dollhouse but comprehending its implications. Someone had been observing us all this time, measuring our lives, turning us into mere pawns. The true terror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was realizing that in his eyes, we were mere playthings to be manipulated and monitored. Wells faced multiple charges, including stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and trespassing. His case sparked a reevaluation of real estate laws concerning property disclosures and agents' responsibilities in ensuring proper house vacating procedures. At his sentencing, the judge acknowledged the egregious violation the Morgan family had endured. You didn't just invade their home, you shattered their sense of security and freedom. You intruded upon their most intimate moments and replicated them for your own amusement. What troubles criminologists to this day is how long Wells might have continued his clandestine activities if Rebecca hadn't stumbled upon the dollhouse. Examination of his journals hinted at a prolonged history of covert residencies in homes, crafting miniature replicas of each family under his surveillance. The Morgan family eventually relocated far away, yet Rebecca admitted in her victim impact statement that she still harbored lingering apprehensions, habitually checking closets and hidden spaces. She purged their new residence of all dollhouses and miniatures, expressing, "At times I can't shake the feeling of being watched. I wonder if somewhere out there, someone is still manipulating a tiny version of me in a dollhouse I've yet to uncover." Story 12. Renovations always bring forth hidden mysteries, unveiling relics of the past, old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs. But when Sarah and Michael unearthed a letter tucked beneath the floorboards of their Victorian-era home, they were plunged into a chilling enigma. The paper, fragile and weathered, bore a cryptic warning, "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could make sense of it, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the silent house, sending shivers down their spines. Detective Alina Reed, with her partner by her side, arrived on the scene to investigate the eerie discovery. The couple, visibly shaken, recounted the unsettling events as Reed carefully retrieved the note, mindful of avoiding contamination. Background checks on Sarah and Michael revealed nothing amiss, just a young couple with a promising future. However, the history of the house told a different tale. Previously owned by the reclusive Hargrove family, the house had stood empty for years following the death of the last inhabitant, Margaret Hargrove. Despite her unassuming nature and peaceful passing, there was an air of unease surrounding the house. Forensic analysis dated the mysterious note to 2 decades prior, hinting at a time of distress and fear. As Reed delved deeper into the Hargroves' past, a dark tale began to unfold. Franklin Hargrove, once a respected teacher and skilled woodworker, had succumbed to paranoia in his later years, convinced of being watched by an unknown figure. Margaret's sister, in a frail whisper, revealed the truth: Franklin's debts to a ruthless collector known as Victor Mercer had driven the family to the brink. Further investigation led to a grim discovery beneath the house: the remains of Victor Mercer, a lone shark who had vanished without a trace years ago. His fate intertwined with the Hargroves in a web of debt, deceit, and violence. Margaret's diaries, uncovered from the attic, painted a harrowing picture of a woman haunted by the past, tormented by phantom knocks that echoed through her lonely nights. With the pieces of the puzzle falling into place, the truth emerged: a tragic tale of debt, betrayal, and hidden secrets. Franklin's desperate act to protect his family had sealed their fate, leaving Margaret to bear the burden of their dark past alone. The house, tainted by its history, stood as a silent witness to the sins of its former residents. As the case was closed and justice served, Sarah and Michael made the decision to part ways with the house, unable to shake off the lingering presence of its past. The once bustling renovation project came to a standstill, leaving the house abandoned, a relic frozen in time. Local whispers spoke of ghostly knocks that echoed through the empty halls at night, a haunting reminder of the lives that had been shattered within those walls. The note, now preserved in evidence storage, bore a chilling message that lingered in the minds of those who uncovered its secrets. Don't trust the one who knocked. The identity of the true culprit, whether Mercer, Franklin, or another shadowy figure, remained a mystery, a ghostly presence that continued to haunt the house and its inhabitants. In her final report, Detective Reed pondered the enigmatic nature of the case, acknowledging that some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved, their secrets buried deep within the shadows of the past. And so, the house stood silent and empty, a testament to the dark secrets that lay hidden beneath its floors, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek the truth. Story 13. The inn was modest, outdated, a place where travelers only lingered for a night. The receptionist handed her the key with a peculiar glance. "Just avoid the final door on the left," he whispered cryptically. Intrigue tugged at her thoughts. That evening, as she traversed the dim hallway, she hesitated before it. The knob felt icy to the touch. The door appeared unremarkable until she pressed her ear against it. From within, a breath beckoned. Detective Morgan Reed wiped away drowsiness as she slipped under the yellow tape marking the crime scene entrance. The scent struck her first, a metallic, acrid aroma she knew too well. Blood had seeped into the threadbare carpet, staining it to a nearly black hue. The room told a tale of contradictions: a spotless bathroom, an untouched bed, and the ghastly sight between them. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her golden locks splayed like a halo. Her vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling, frozen in a moment of shock or dread. Reed knelt beside the victim, careful not to disrupt the evidence markers scattered about. "Third one this season," the forensic expert remarked, his tone devoid of emotion as he documented the scene. "Same MO as the others," Reed nodded gravely. The victim wore elegant attire, out of place in this forsaken motel. A designer handbag lay open on the nightstand, contents undisturbed. This was not a crime of theft. Another motive drove this killer. The hotel manager lingered anxiously at the threshold, his complexion pallid. "She checked in alone, paid in cash. I never imagined," his voice faltered. "The maid discovered her during cleaning." Reed surveyed the room anew. No signs of forced entry. no defensive wounds on the victim. She had either welcomed her assailant or recognized them. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned photos to the investigation board. 3 women, strikingly similar, found in nondescript motels. Speculation swirled in the press. Rumors of a serial predator haunted the community. Autopsy results are in, Detective Hayes announced, dropping a file on Reed's desk. Cause of death, manual strangulation. No DNA under the victim's nails. No evidence of sexual assault. Frowning, Reed remarked, "This is personal, not merely predatory." Days blurred as the inquiry intensified. Surveillance footage from the hotel revealed nothing noteworthy. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, was a meticulous financial analyst with no known foes. Her acquaintances described her as cautious, precise. Staying at such a place seemed out of character for her. A breakthrough surfaced during Reed's interview with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man from work, the sister divulged, hands trembling around her cup. Someone she kept secret. I think he was married. Lining in, Reed inquired, did she mention a name? She called him C, that's all she said. The focus shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues painted her as reserved, professional. None were aware of any romantic involvement. Yet inside Werner's desk, Reed discovered a business card tucked in a calendar. Charles Emerson, Senior Vice President. Emerson exuded a composed facade during questioning, concerned, cooperative, maintaining a distance. His alibi seemed airtight, dining with his wife and friends, but a disquiet lingered in his gaze. "Did you have a personal relationship with Elaine Werner?" Reed asked casually. A flicker crossed Emerson's face, fleeting but not missed by Reed. "Strictly professional," he replied. Later forensic analysis linked partial prints from Werner's purse to Emerson. When confronted, his demeanor cracked. "We were involved," he confessed, "but it was over. She threatened to expose me to my wife." "And you resorted to murder?" Reed probed. Emerson's expression hardened. "I never set foot in that motel." However, records from the hotel told a different story. A credit card charge for the neighboring room paid with a company card linked to Emerson. Inside that room, a hidden camera was found in a shared vent, evidence piled up. Fibers from Emerson's suit matched those on Werner's body. His DNA was present on a water glass in her room. Investigations of his home computer unveiled recordings of the prior victims. A pattern emerged. Emerson targeted women resembling his wife in her youth, coaxing them to rendezvous at specific motels, always choosing the room beside the last door on the left, outfitted with surveillance gear. He filmed their encounters and then erased the evidence, the women themselves. In the interrogation chamber, Emerson's facade crumbled. "They were a threat to everything," he murmured. "My reputation, my marriage, my life." The trial was swift and sensational. 3 families watched as justice unfolded in the sterile courtroom. Emerson remained stoic, devoid of remorse, his corporate demeanor unyielding. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment without parole. As officers escorted him away, Reed caught his gaze. For a fleeting moment, she glimpsed something beyond his facade, not compassion, but its absence, a void where empathy should have resided. The media dubbed it the door on the left case. Psychologists delved into Emerson's psyche. True crime enthusiasts analyzed every detail. Yet for Reed, the case lingered unresolved. Occasionally, wandering down hotel corridors, she found herself counting doors, pondering the enigmas concealed behind them. In the evidence vault secluded from public view, 3 identical keys from a motel remain labeled and archived, tangible reminders that certain doors, once opened, can never be shut again. Story 14. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten clutter in the attic. a relic of the past owners of the house. Within its depths rested faded Polaroids, capturing moments of joy and celebration. Innocuous scenes of birthdays and family gatherings filled the frames, exuding a sense of normalcy. However, as her fingers brushed against the last photograph, a chill crept up Rebecca's spine. In the image, familiar surroundings unfolded: the living room with its cozy couch, the curtains swaying gently. Yet the family portrayed was not hers. In the background, barely discernible in the dim light, stood a figure in the hallway, watching silently. A sense of unease settled over Rebecca as she scrutinized the photo, her hands trembling imperceptibly. The family in the picture, a woman with honey blonde hair, a man sporting thick glasses, and two children beamed at the camera, oblivious to the lurking presence behind them. Frozen in a moment of happiness, they remained unaware of the looming danger just a few feet away. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca felt the weight of the house pressing down on her. Placing the photograph on the kitchen counter, she observed it under the harsh glow of the fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance struck her: the archway leading to the hallway, the intricate crown molding, the bay window welcoming the morning sun. This was undeniably her home, yet the individuals captured in the photo remained strangers. Detective Morgan arrived, clad in a worn leather jacket that bore witness to numerous crime scenes. His penetrating gaze missed no detail as he examined the photograph methodically. Running a gloved finger along the edges, he flipped it over to reveal a blank back. "How much do you know about the previous owners, the Nelsons?" he inquired in a low, rumbling voice. Rebecca confessed almost nothing. They had already relocated out of state when I purchased the house. Morgan nodded, his expression inscrutable. "May I take this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the photograph." And so, the investigation began in silence. Delving into the past, Rebecca uncovered that the Nelsons had acquired the house from the Crawfords, who had resided there for 7 years before vanishing abruptly. Preceding them were the Mornos, who had owned the property for nearly a decade. Detective Morgan meticulously traced back through property records, interviewing former neighbors and constructing a timeline of past inhabitants. A breakthrough emerged unexpectedly when a former mail carrier recognized the family in the photo. "That's the Sutherlands," he declared with certainty. "They lived in that house for about a year before disappearing without a trace." The Sutherland family had evaporated into thin air, leaving behind unanswered questions and a void. Forensic analysis pinpointed the age of the Polaroid to approximately 15 years earlier. The peculiar details within the image hinted at a staged photograph, meticulously arranged with a timer. But the enigmatic figure in the hallway remained a mystery: tall, male, cloaked in darkness, his presence hauntingly still. A pattern unfolded as Detective Morgan uncovered a string of previous occupants who had mysteriously vanished after precisely 1 year of residency. Before the Sutherlands, another family had met a similar fate, and before them, yet another. 5 families, 5 years, all swallowed by the house's insidious secrets. Delving deeper into historical records, the investigation unearthed the house's origins, a creation of a revered architect overshadowed by the disappearance of the project manager during construction. Samuel Whitfield, the replacement, had assumed responsibility and completed the structure. Yet his own demise in a construction accident shortly after completion remained shrouded in ambiguity. The focus shifted to the basement, where ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the concrete floor. As the jackhammers breached the surface, a putrid odor permeated the air. Beneath layers of earth and concrete, they discovered them all: the missing families, preserved in a chilling tableau of eternal silence. Among their belongings lay a camera, the same one that had captured the haunting Polaroid in the attic. Dozens of photographs emerged, each depicting a different family, blissfully unaware of the malevolent figure lurking in the shadows. The house was cordoned off as a crime scene, sealing its dark secrets within its walls. As investigators meticulously cataloged the evidence, a hidden crawlspace in the attic was unearthed, concealed behind a false wall. Within a small cot, photography equipment and a journal filled with meticulous observations awaited discovery. The final entry, dated a mere 3 days prior, sent shivers down Rebecca's spine. "The new one is different. She found my photo too soon. I'll need to accelerate my timeline." Seeking refuge in a hotel under police protection, Rebecca was roused from fitful slumber by a late-night call. The line crackled with silence, punctuated by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera capturing a moment in time. The investigation lingered, the house looming in desolate silence, its enigmatic past unfurling in whispers. The enigma of Samuel Whitfield persisted, his existence a phantom in the annals of history. Some believed him long departed, while others insisted on his elusive existence, weaving through the shadows of new abodes, new identities. And somewhere in the dim recesses of a clandestine chamber, photographs materialized, capturing new families, new homes, and new watchers concealed in the darkness. The only certainty resided in the relentless gaze of those seeking the truth, a truth obscured by shadows that watched, waiting in the depths of forgotten memories. Story 15: The Realtor's Secret. The realtor's listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints revealed no trace of it. Yet beneath the worn carpet in the old family home, a hidden door awaited discovery. A door sealed by time, its handle rusty and unyielding. With combined effort, the family pried it open, revealing a portal to the unknown. A rush of stale air, heavy with the scent of damp earth, enveloped them as they descended the steps into darkness. Anticipating a storage space, they were instead greeted by a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb. And there on the wall, a chilling display, a series of photographs capturing moments from their own lives. The Mercer family had embraced the charm of their new suburban abode, unaware of the sinister history lurking within its walls. Winter had cloaked the neighborhood in darkness, casting shadows over the bare trees and the creaking house that now held them captive. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene, the cold wind carrying the fluttering yellow tape that marked the perimeter. Mrs. Mercer's trembling voice had alerted them to the hidden chamber beneath their home. Connors, donning latex gloves with precision, directed the forensic team to document every detail before further exploration. The basement, a confined space akin to a standard bedroom, revealed concrete walls and a solitary chair fastened to the floor. The stark light above cast eerie shadows, emphasizing the row of photographs meticulously arranged in chronological order. Each image captured moments of the Mercer family's daily life, raising questions of invasion and surveillance. Investigations unveiled a disturbing absence of forced entry or theft, only a profound breach of privacy. Fingerprints belonging to past owners adorned the space, hinting at a haunting legacy within the house's history. As Connors delved deeper, inconsistencies in property records and altered blueprints hinted at a hidden truth waiting to be unearthed. Interviewing the contractor who had renovated the house shed light on the enigma. He denied the existence of the basement, claiming to have gutted the space down to its core. Yet the evidence spoke otherwise, leading the investigation down a twisted path of deceit and surveillance. Digital forensics revealed a cache of images and audio recordings, exposing the extent of the intrusion into the family's lives. The discovery of a monitoring station hidden behind the photographs unveiled the culprit Edward Kelvin, the elusive builder who had vanished without a trace. Kelvin's obsession with observing the families from the shadows unfolded as investigators unearthed his meticulous journal, detailing intimate details of each resident's life. His delusions painted the families as mere players in his twisted theater, unknowingly under his surveillance. The manhunt culminated in Kelvin's discovery within the house's labyrinthine passages, where he had existed as a ghostly observer for years. His detached demeanor and distorted perception of ownership cast a chilling shadow over the families who had unwittingly shared their lives with him. As the criminal proceedings unveiled the extent of Kelvin's surveillance network, the families left the house behind, haunted by the realization of their violated privacy. The trial's conclusion brought closure, yet the specter of Kelvin's presence lingered within the demolished remains of the house. The families, scarred by the revelation of their unseen watcher, found themselves questioning the sanctity of their new dwellings. The echoes of Kelvin's intrusion reverberated in their minds, a reminder of the chilling truth that sometimes the walls themselves hold secrets darker than the night. Story 16. In a hushed stillness, she swiped away the mist on the mirror, peering at her reflection. The image staring back seemed familiar yet foreign, sending a ripple of unease through her. Her features appeared unchanged, her attire as expected, but a disquieting sensation lingered, growing with each passing moment. A subtle movement caught in the periphery of her vision, a flicker, a shift not of her own making. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, a silent observer. Thus began the enigmatic tale of Rebecca Thorne, set in motion by that eerie incident in her bathroom. What unfolded would baffle investigators and haunt a community for years to come. Rebecca resided in a modest abode within a serene suburban enclave, a solitary figure in her daily routines. Known as methodical and reserved, she traversed her days with precision, her interactions with neighbors polite but distant. A data analyst by profession, her life revolved around structured order and meticulous accuracy. No one could have foreseen that she would become entangled in one of the most enigmatic criminal puzzles of the era. The initial signs were subtle. Objects in her dwelling subtly rearranged, mundane yet unsettling. A cup shifted to a different shelf, books repositioned, her toothbrush misplaced. These peculiar occurrences, initially brushed off as lapses in memory, soon amassed into a troubling pattern. After enduring weeks of these disturbances, Rebecca finally reached out to the authorities, seeking clarity amidst the perplexing alterations. Detective Marion Shaw received the initial report, deeming it a matter possibly suited for mental health services rather than police intervention. The absence of concrete evidence left the case in limbo, buried among a pile of lesser priorities. There was no tangible proof, Shaw later recalled. No signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a sense of disquiet haunting a woman within her own home. The turning point arrived with the chilling episode involving the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent encounter with law enforcement, Rebecca recounted the surreal experience in vivid detail. Her reflection appeared to move independently, casting an ominous shadow over her solitude. This time, she presented concrete evidence, a surveillance camera trained on her front door. The footage unearthed a revelation that sent shivers down the spines of even seasoned officers. The grainy visuals captured Rebecca departing for work, followed by an exact replica of her using a key to enter the premises 20 minutes later. Forensic scrutiny of the footage unveiled no traces of tampering or digital manipulation. The doppelganger mirrored Rebecca's movements, attire, and even carried her distinctive leather bag. However, verified timestamps from her workplace security system unequivocally placed Rebecca at her office across town during the intrusion. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can replicate her with uncanny precision." The investigative efforts intensified. Fingerprints within the dwelling solely matched Rebecca's, devoid of foreign DNA traces. Neighbors reported routine sightings of Rebecca, with no unusual occurrences noted. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, recalled a peculiar encounter where her greeting to Rebecca went unanswered, a deviation from the norm but not deemed alarming. Rebecca embarked on documenting the unsettling events, noting a proliferation of minor alterations within her residence. Vanishing food items, inexplicable online searches on her computer, and perplexingly unfamiliar selfies on her phone all contributed to her escalating distress. Some self-portraits exhibited a subtly skewed expression, a smile too wide, eyes too intense, a disconcerting departure from her usual demeanor. "I feel as though I am descending into madness," she confided to Detective Shaw during their subsequent meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating a facade to drive me to the brink." The breakthrough materialized when a discernible pattern emerged from the surveillance footage. The doppelganger's incursions coincided with Rebecca's scheduled absences for specific commitments: therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday grocery runs, predetermined activities with predictable durations. "An individual intimately familiar with your routines," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't random intrusion, it's a calculated surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist posited a fixation theory, speculating on an individual fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, possibly aiming to supplant her entirely. Such cases, though rare, found validation within psychological literature. The focus sharpened upon Rebecca's former colleague, Lily Winters, who had been discharged following a spiral of erratic conduct. Lily had shared a workspace with Rebecca, often remarking on their resemblances. Post-termination, she inundated Rebecca with unsettling emails, suggesting an eerie kinship. "We are two sides of the same coin," one missive proclaimed. "At times, I embody you more than you do." Armed with a warrant, Detective Shaw delved into Lily's abode, unearthing a grotesque revelation that transformed the unsettling narrative into a nightmarish reality. One chamber within Lily's residence had metamorphosed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls adorned with snapshots, countless images of Rebecca in various settings, oblivious to the voyeuristic lens. A wardrobe replicated Rebecca's attire meticulously, with cosmetics matching her preferred brands adorning a vanity, alongside meticulous notes on her behaviors, speech patterns, and daily rituals. The most damning evidence surfaced in the form of practice videos, Lily meticulously mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions. The evolution was palpable, transitioning from clumsy imitations to near indistinguishable mirroring of the authentic Rebecca. "She aspired to embody me," murmured Rebecca upon confronting the evidence. "It wasn't mere emulation, it was erasure." Forensic scrutiny revealed an elaborate apparatus for key replication and electronic access card duplication. Lily maintained an intricate system for monitoring Rebecca's movements, complete with a meticulously detailed calendar predicting her daily agenda. Yet Lily's ultimate objective remained shrouded in ambiguity. Journals discovered within her abode harbored cryptic entries vacillating between first and third person, oscillating between references to Rebecca as me and her within the same paragraph. The final entry sent a chill down investigators' spines. "Soon, only one shall prevail. Stronger entity shall endure." As authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished without a trace. Her abrupt departure was evident in the disarray within her domicile, drawers left ajar, certain electronic devices missing. A nationwide alert ensued while Rebecca found refuge in protective custody, relocated to an undisclosed secure haven under constant vigilance. For 3 weeks, every locale tied to her former existence underwent vigilant surveillance. Lily remained elusive. The saga took a disquieting turn when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Despite being under protective seclusion, Rebecca had been sighted entering the premises. Subsequent scrutiny of security recordings corroborated the unsettling truth. An identical replica of Rebecca had utilized a valid ID card to access the building, perusing her former workstation for 40 minutes before departing. The implications loomed ominously. Lily had not fled, she had executed her gambit, assuming Rebecca's identity as the authentic Rebecca remained cloistered away. The case lingers unresolved. Lily Winters eludes capture, while Rebecca Thorne forges a new existence in anonymity. Detective Shaw retains a photograph on her desk, a juxtaposition of two strikingly similar women. One embodies Rebecca Thorne, the other encapsulates Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinizes their visages, seeking nuances that distinguish one from the other. The true terror Shaw imparts to fledgling investigators is not in resembling someone or sounding akin to them. It lies in the fervent desire to usurp another's essence so fervently that one erases themselves in the process. Our identity is not merely what we exhibit to the world, it is our most fiercely guarded possession. At times, we only realize its worth when someone endeavors to pilfer it. Story 17. In the stillness of the night, a pocket dial broke through the silence, a mere whisper of static and muffled sounds. The operator hesitated, ready to dismiss it as a fluke, until a voice pierced through the chaos. A woman, her words urgent and trembling, "He's here." He, and then nothing but eerie quietness. The mysterious call originated from an empty house, its walls echoing with a history long forgotten, abandoned for years. No traces of intrusion, no disturbances to be found. Yet in the dimly lit kitchen, amidst layers of dust, sat a phone on the counter, its screen softly aglow. The call had been placed just moments ago. Detective Morgan Reed found herself captivated by the playback button, pressing it repeatedly, each time haunted by the haunting whisper, desperate, filled with terror and utterly impossible to comprehend. This desolate property once belonged to the Sullivan family, who had fled after a devastating fire devoured the west wing of their home. No living soul had inhabited the house since their departure, the caretaker's monthly visits confirming its solitude. "Background check on the number," Morgan inquired of her partner, Detective Walsh. The answer revealed a chilling truth. The number belonged to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter of the family. She had perished in a tragic car accident 3 years prior. As Morgan gazed at the phone enclosed in an evidence bag, the inexplicable nature of the case loomed over her. A phone belonging to a departed soul, making calls from a house frozen in time. The counter bore only a hint of disturbance where the phone rested, almost as if it had materialized out of thin air. The forensic team's meticulous search yielded no answers. The device bore no fingerprints apart from faint, unidentifiable smudges. No footprints marked the path to or from the house. The doors remained securely locked, the windows sealed shut. The heart of their investigation lay in those 11 seconds of faint static, labored breathing, and 5 haunting words. Voice analysis confirmed a chilling truth. The voice matched Catherine Sullivan's with an astonishing 98% certainty, echoing from the past to the present. The timestamp of the call aligned precisely with the moment of Catherine's passing, down to the very minute. Morgan and Walsh delved into Catherine's world, interviewing all who had known her. Her father, now remarried, appeared genuinely perplexed. Her mother, residing in a humble apartment, crumbled upon hearing the ethereal voice on the recording. "That's my Katie," she whispered tearfully. "She sounds so frightened." Mark Jennings, Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her demise, provided an alibi for the night of the call, supported by numerous witnesses and surveillance footage. The house stood empty, void of any living presence. The call defied logic, a riddle without a solution. The case lay dormant until a call from Catherine's mother reignited the flames of mystery. "I found something in her belongings," she trembled over the phone. Katie kept a journal, the final entry. "You must see this." Within the journal's pages lay a harrowing tale of Catherine's relationship with Mark, an arc from love to control, from isolation to fear. The last entry bore a chilling message. "He discovered I am leaving. His rage knows no bounds. If harm befalls me, it is no accident." Confronted once more, Mark's facade crumbled under scrutiny of the journal. "You think I harmed Katie because of her words," he retorted. "That is no evidence." Morgan pointed out, "You were the first at the accident scene before emergency services." His complexion paled. "I was concerned when she did not arrive. I went in search of her." Investigators revisited the site of Catherine's fatal crash. Though her car had long been removed, Morgan ordered a sweep of the area using ground-penetrating radar. Beneath the earth, 20 feet from the crash site, they unearthed Catherine's actual phone. The device found in the house was merely a decoy kept at her parents' residence. Analysis of the buried phone unveiled deleted messages exchanged between Catherine and her sister on the fateful night. "Mark has discovered my intentions to leave. He is tailing me in his car, and later, he is driving me off the road." A review of Catherine's autopsy photos painted a grim picture. Her injuries told a tale of struggle, of a fight against an unseen adversary. Defensive wounds marked her hands, bruises hinting at a violent end. When officers arrived to apprehend Mark, they discovered an eerie shrine in his apartment dedicated to Catherine, photographs, stolen mementos, and articles chronicling her untimely demise. Amid his possessions lay tools of deception, an audio editing software and scripts detailing the creation of the spectral call, a macabre game to baffle investigators and torment Catherine's grieving kin. The scope of the investigation widened, revealing 2 more suspicious deaths linked to Mark, both young women, both labeled as accidents, both ensnared in his web of deceit. 6 days into the manhunt, Mark was sighted parked outside the Sullivan house. Inside, he sat in silence, fixated on a phone identical to Catherine's. He offered no resistance, no plea for mercy. "I needed her silence," Mark confessed to Morgan during interrogation. "Even in death, she accused me. I needed all to hear her voice, to believe she lingered somewhere beyond. A ghost cannot testify against me." The jury's verdict rang clear: guilty of premeditated murder in the first degree. As justice unfolded, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her heart. Closure had come, not through supernatural means, but through the echo of Catherine's voice, a voice of truth, of fear etched in ink, of a final plea for deliverance. The phone from the forgotten house now rests in the evidence vault, a relic of a haunting tale. Sometimes in the stillness of the night, officers swear they hear its phantom ring, a reminder that victims find a way to speak, even when silenced by fate. Story 18: The Enigmatic Doll. In the depths of the attic, concealed beneath a worn blanket, they stumbled upon it. A porcelain doll of antiquity, fragile and weathered, with eyes of painted blue that seemed to hold secrets untold. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, chuckled dismissively at the discovery, a mere relic of the past, forgotten and forsaken. Yet that night a peculiar unease settled within their home. The air grew dense, the silence lingered, and at dawn the doll was no longer in the attic's embrace. Instead, it perched ominously at the foot of their bed. The couple had been captivated by the Victorian house's allure at auction, bewitched by its intricate woodwork and enigmatic aura, oblivious to the whispers of its troubled history. Little did they know they were destined to intertwine their fates with its enigmatic past. Detective Rachel Winters, on a crisp autumn morning, was summoned to the scene. In the master bedroom lay a female victim, her form contorted in an unnatural pose, eyes wide with terror. Nearby in the hallway, the male victim appeared as if fleeing from unseen horrors. The crime scene, pristine and undisturbed, revealed no signs of intrusion, no traces of a struggle except for the macabre positions of the deceased. Quietly spoken words flowed from Detective Winters' lips as she observed the scene, noting the deliberate arrangement akin to a doll plucked from its display case. The investigation unfolded with meticulous scrutiny, interviews with neighbors unveiling unsettling accounts, a shadow flitting past an upstairs window, childlike laughter echoing through the vacant abode in the dead of night. Forensic analysis uncovered minuscule fibers scattered throughout the house, remnants of vintage fabrics used in antique doll attire. The concentration around the victims and the attic space sent shivers down the spines of seasoned investigators. More perplexing was the absence of foreign DNA, fingerprints, or footprints, a ghostly presence haunting the crime scene. Delving into the property's archives unveiled a sinister pattern: 3 prior owners meeting mysterious ends under shroud circumstances, tales of eerie occurrences echoing through the halls. A faded newspaper clipping divulged the tragic tale of a doll maker and his daughter, their lives intertwined with the house's dark past. As Detective Winters delved deeper, a chilling connection emerged. Each victim had tampered with the attic, where Sarah and Michael had embarked on renovations, unknowingly awakening a malevolent force slumbering within the walls. Hidden photographs hinted at the doll's malevolent nature, its spectral presence captured in fleeting moments of movement. Infrared scans unveiled spectral handprints trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, an otherworldly residue clinging to the air like a sinister miasma. A descendant of the doll maker whispered of unholy rituals and bound spirits, hinting at an unspeakable truth lurking in the shadows. The case reached an impasse, the truth eluding grasp, leaving Detective Winters with more questions than answers. The doll vanished from custody, leaving behind a trail of inexplicable events that plunged the investigator into a bewildering abyss of uncertainty. The house changed hands once more, its sordid past shrouding it in a veil of dread. The new owners found the attic barren, save for a solitary blanket hinting at the mysteries it once concealed. The doll remained elusive, a phantom of the night, as Sarah and Michael's tragic demise faded into the annals of unsolved enigmas. Detective Winters, haunted by the specter of the dollmaker's legacy, retired into obscurity, bearing the weight of untold secrets. On her final day, she safeguarded a photograph, a relic of the past, sealing it away with a vow never to unveil its chilling contents. The new owners, wary of the attic's dark embrace, opted to leave it undisturbed. Yet whispers persisted among the neighbors of a spectral presence, a childlike laughter dancing on the edge of perception on moonlit nights, a reminder of the enigmatic doll that lurked beyond mortal comprehension. Story 19. The parcel arrived without a hint of its origins, no way to trace its journey. Just a plain cardboard box touched by the early morning dampness. It wasn't intended for her. Her address was correct, but the name was a mismatch. Sarah Miller hesitated, a fleeting thought urging her to disregard the package, to leave it untouched on the porch. Yet curiosity whispered louder. She tore open the tape, anticipating mundane contents like books or clothing. Instead, nestled inside was a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note. "Watch alone." The words echoed in Sarah's mind as she held the black plastic cassette in her hands. There was an odd weight to it, a heaviness that seemed to carry secrets untold. Her fingers glided over the worn edges, feeling the grooves and imperfections etched into the plastic. The note bore the imprint of urgency, each stroke of the pen pressed with intent. Amidst the backdrop of suburban tranquility, a distant dog's bark, the laughter of children playing nearby, the rhythmic hum of a lawnmower, Sarah brought the mysterious package inside, placing it on her kitchen counter. Doubt gnawed at her thoughts. The name Daniel Whitaker meant nothing to her. In her years in the house, she had never encountered mail addressed to him. The former residents, the Johnsons, had bid farewell, leaving behind no trace of a connection to this stranger. A battle of curiosity and unease waged within Sarah as she eyed her outdated VCR, a relic from a bygone era. There was a pull to the tape, a beckoning to unravel the mystery shrouded within the worn plastic casing. Against her better judgment, she inserted the tape into the machine. Static flickered on the screen, gradually sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room emerged, illuminated by a solitary lamp. The camera angle seemed hurried, off-kilter, as if hastily placed. A man sat in a wooden chair, his features initially veiled by shadows. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice emanated from the screen, soft yet resolute. "If you're watching this, someone has found you, and that means they will find me too." Leaning closer, his weary countenance came into view, eyes etched with exhaustion, stubble outlining his face, hair unkempt. "I did not commit the crime, you must believe me, but they have planted evidence against me, fingerprints, DNA, though I never laid a hand on her." As Daniel adjusted the camera, revealing more of the sparse room, a sense of impermanence lingered in the air, bare walls, scant furniture, the dwelling of someone prepared to flee at a moment's notice. "They framed me. The official narrative will claim I knew her, that we quarreled, that witnesses heard our altercations. It's all lies. I was a stranger to Catherine Walsh until her face flashed on the news." His voice wavered, lifeless, murdered in her own home. "And somehow my DNA became the linchpin of the crime." Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth one to surface, each carrying Daniel Whitaker's desperate plea. Whitaker, the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder, had vanished without a trace the day her body was discovered. What initially seemed like a straightforward case, a young woman strangled in her own bedroom, no signs of forced entry, DNA evidence pointing unequivocally to Whitaker, took a bewildering turn with the appearance of the tapes. "The tapes complicate matters," Detective Ramirez murmured into her recorder, updating her notes. "Whitaker is either orchestrating an elaborate ruse or unveiling a darker truth." Her evidence board painted a grim picture, smiling photos of Catherine Walsh, haunting crime scene images, maps marking the delivery locations of the packages, and at the center, the piercing gaze of Daniel Whitaker in his driver's license photo, silently pleading innocence. A revelation surfaced when Ramirez unearthed Catherine Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower case against PharmaCorp, a potent pharmaceutical entity entangled in government dealings. Walsh had stumbled upon discrepancies in their clinical trials, evidence of concealed side effects in a hastily launched drug. She was set to testify, a former colleague confided to Ramirez, casting furtive glances around. Catherine possessed evidence, concrete proof that executives were aware of the issues yet buried them. The trial was imminent. Detective Ramirez's scrutiny unearthed unsettling irregularities. The DNA evidence appeared too meticulously placed. Testimonies regarding Whitaker seemed rehearsed, and security footage mysteriously disappeared during crucial intervals around the time of the murder. Days later, Sarah Miller received a second package, overflowing with incriminating documents, clinical reports, internal correspondence, email transcripts, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital imprint. The investigation veered course as Ramirez united with other recipients of the tapes, piecing together Whitaker's breadcrumb trail. An IT security worker for a PharmaCorp contractor, Whitaker stumbled upon Catherine's name flagged in a suspicious security protocol, unbeknownst to him. They were surveilling her, Whitaker elaborated in a subsequent tape. I glimpsed the surveillance orders in the system. They knew she was gathering evidence, and then I found myself locked out. The next day she was gone, and I was branded the perpetrator. The case unraveled when Sarah Miller detected a crucial detail missed by others, a reflection in a window behind Whitaker, revealing a row of storage units. Collaborating with Ramirez, they pinpointed the location. Inside Unit 217 lay the truth, Whitaker's journal chronicling the conspiracy, Catherine's original findings, and damning blueprints for framing Whitaker, bearing the signature of PharmaCorp's security head, a former law enforcement officer with access to evidence procedures. Justice did not descend in a blaze of glory, but through the accumulation of irrefutable evidence. 3 executives faced indictments. The security head confessed, striking a deal to expose his superiors. The tainted drug retreated from consideration. Emerging from seclusion, Whitaker bore the scars of his fugitive existence, a changed man. The charges against him dissolved, but the ordeal had etched its mark indelibly. Sarah and Whitaker shared a fleeting moment on her porch where the enigmatic package first arrived. "Why me?" she inquired. "Why choose my address?" His weary gaze met hers. "The algorithm selected you. I needed individuals unconnected to Catherine or me, individuals off their radar who might trust their judgment amidst the tide of accusations." The former suspect and the unwitting witness stood in silent contemplation, understanding the fragile boundary between justice and manufactured lies. Sarah eventually spoke. The wrong address turned out to be precisely the right one. The VHS tapes, relics of a clandestine truth, found their place in evidence, a reminder that sometimes verity arrives in unanticipated parcels, bearing unfamiliar names, awaiting a curious soul to unravel its mysteries. Story 20. She entered the front door, stirring up dust in the stagnant air of the abandoned house. Years of neglect had left the walls peeling and the furniture covered in sheets. Walking through the rooms felt like stepping into a suspended moment in time, frozen in eerie stillness except for one unsettling detail. Each door she opened led back to the same room, trapping her in a perplexing loop. No matter her path, she always found herself back in the parlor. The only way out seemed to be the entrance she came through. Yet when she turned to leave, the front door had vanished, leaving her stranded in the labyrinth of rooms. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body shifted the focus from a mere curiosity to a crime scene in the eyes of Detective Sarah Lind. Standing at the threshold of the Victorian house, she observed forensic technicians moving silently through the dim interior like ethereal beings. Among the locals, the house had gained a reputation as a place where compasses spun wildly and whispers of being watched lingered in the air. Now it held secrets far more sinister than mere urban legends. The preliminary examination suggests she passed 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his voice barely audible. It appears she died of asphyxiation. Morgan was found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene as if she awaited a visitor. No signs of struggle, no marks of violence. The scene exuded a haunting tranquility that unsettled even the seasoned investigators. Lind inquired who discovered the body. Her partner replied, a real estate agent showing the property stumbled upon her. Initially mistook her for a trespasser until a closer look revealed the truth. The house had remained vacant since the death of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, almost 5 years prior. Legal disputes had left the property abandoned, unwanted, and largely forgotten except by those seeking thrills or mischief. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had an unwavering fascination with spaces that defied traditional design. Her friends described her as meticulous, driven, and captivated by the enigmatic nature of unconventional spaces. The allure of the abandoned Victorian, notorious for disorienting visitors, proved irresistible to her. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Morgan mentioned exploring the house where people get lost for her research. The investigation unveiled Morgan's repeated visits to the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled peculiar acoustic phenomena, chilling drafts and doors that defied logic by leading to different rooms with each opening. In her final entry, she expressed intent to document the spatial inconsistencies she had encountered. Yet her specialized equipment was nowhere to be found. The autopsy yielded an unexpected revelation: traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant linked to shamanic rituals. While the substance could induce disorientation and vivid hallucinations, the amount present was insufficient to be fatal. She wasn't one to indulge in recreational drugs, her boyfriend insisted during questioning. Morgan was meticulous in her research methods. She wouldn't have jeopardized her perception knowingly. A digital forensic examination unearthed fragments of deleted messages on Morgan's phone, exchanges with an individual who shared her intrigue for the house and claimed to comprehend its mysteries. The correspondence grew progressively intimate and enigmatic. "The house retains its memories," read one message. "It yearns for someone to comprehend its truths." The investigation led Lynn to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian engaged in correspondence with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial anomalies had captivated her, evolving their professional discourse into a more personal connection. Reeves, when interviewed, appeared genuinely distraught by Morgan's untimely demise. "The house carries a legacy," he elucidated. The original architect wove optical illusions and false perspectives into its design, intending to bewilder and disorient. Morgan suspected a deeper significance, something transcending mere architectural gimmicks. Nevertheless, Reeves possessed a solid alibi for the estimated time of Morgan's passing, supported by security footage showing him lecturing at a university symposium hours away. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source: Eleanor Blackwood's grandson, residing overseas. Contacted by the investigators, he unveiled a long-concealed family secret. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to perish within those walls," he disclosed. There were others, all discovered in the parlor, each appearing serene. The family termed it the claiming. Providing journals spanning generations, he detailed deaths initially attributed to natural causes like heart failure or strokes. A clear pattern emerged: individuals spending prolonged periods in the house eventually succumbed to what the family cryptically dubbed the influence. A subsequent search of the property unveiled a concealed compartment behind the parlor fireplace. Inside, investigators unearthed Morgan's missing equipment alongside an intriguing discovery. A small chamber harbored artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, arranged meticulously in a geometric layout. At its center sat a weathered figurine embodying a deity associated with liminal spaces, thresholds between realities. Residues on the artifacts matched the alkaloid detected in Morgan's system. The case took a grim turn as forensic analysis of the house's dust patterns indicated an unidentified presence during Morgan's demise. Partial fingerprints divergent from Morgan's or any documented visitors were retrieved from doorknobs throughout the residence. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was found deceased in his apartment. Mirroring Morgan's posture, he sat facing the entrance with the identical alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key unmatching any lock in his abode, but fitting seamlessly into the hidden compartment within the Victorian. In his final correspondence, sent to himself as if preserving a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't ensnare you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct, the doors led where they always have, but a deceptive force convinces you of endless circles. Upon realization, departure is feasible at any moment, yet by then the desire to depart dissipates. The case remains officially unresolved, labeled as suspicious deaths under scrutiny. The Victorian estate has since been condemned, its access restricted by authorities. Nonetheless, whispers persist of spectral lights observed within on certain nights, and of visitors who enter only to vanish without a trace. Locals offer divergent beliefs. Some claim the house seizes those who fathom its enigmas too deeply, while others speculate that Morgan and Reeves unearthed a potent and ancient force dwelling within the interstices of conventional reality. The truth remains as elusive as an escape in a house where every door leads back to the commencement. Story 21, The Secrets Below. The old wooden plank shifted under her weight, revealing a hidden truth beneath her feet. Sarah Coleman knelt down, her fingers tracing the edges of the loose board, unveiling a mysterious gap in the floor. The solid ground she thought she stood on was just a facade, concealing a dark and narrow space below. With cautious determination, she lifted the boards, exposing a hidden chamber shrouded in dust and cobwebs. Amidst the shadows, Sarah's eyes adjusted to the dim light, revealing a chilling sight. A mattress lay in one corner, a chair in another, and a tattered notebook filled with pages upon pages of her name, written obsessively. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah, her presence a comforting anchor in the unnerving discovery. The terror in Sarah's eyes spoke volumes, a mixture of fear and disbelief at the violation of her newfound sanctuary. Detective Reed's voice cut through the tension, commanding Sarah not to disturb anything further as she shone her flashlight into the hidden chamber, illuminating walls adorned with surveillance photographs of Sarah's every move. The images captured moments of her life walking to her car, chatting with friends, entering buildings, a shrine of obsession meticulously crafted beneath her very home. The realization that someone had been watching her, studying her every move, sent shivers down Sarah's spine. The cottage, once charming and quaint, had been a facade for something far more sinister. Sarah had unknowingly purchased the property from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly man who had passed away, leaving behind a legacy of darkness hidden beneath the floorboards. As the crime scene investigators arrived, their footsteps echoing in the quiet space, they meticulously documented the evidence, extracting the mattress, chair, and the haunting notebook. Forensic analysis revealed a labyrinth of fingerprints, all belonging to Walter Green, the enigmatic voyeur who had fixated on Sarah for years. The timeline of Walter's obsession unraveled before their eyes, a chilling narrative of a man consumed by delusion. The psychologist's words echoed in the briefing room, painting a portrait of escalating fixation and dangerous intent lurking just beneath the surface. Detective Reed delved deeper into Walter's past, uncovering a connection that sent chills down her spine. A former coworker revealed snippets of conversations that hinted at Walter's twisted fantasies, a disturbing revelation that led to the discovery of a storage unit filled with replicas of Sarah's life. The eerie duplicates of Sarah's belongings, meticulously arranged in the storage unit, painted a haunting picture of Walter's warped reality. A mannequin, eerily resembling Sarah, sat at a replica desk, a disturbing reminder of the lengths Walter had gone to in his obsession. The investigation unveiled Walter's troubled history, his past marred by institutionalization for erotomania, a delusion that had resurfaced in his fixation on Sarah. The truth behind his intentions sent a chill through everyone involved, a stark reminder of the darkness that can lurk within seemingly ordinary lives. Sarah made the difficult decision to leave the house behind, haunted by the knowledge of what lay hidden beneath her feet. As she stood in the empty living room, memories of Walter's presence lingered like ghosts, a reminder of a danger narrowly averted. The case was closed, but the echoes of Walter's obsession lingered long after his death. Sarah moved away, seeking solace in a new beginning, while Detective Reed kept a watchful eye from afar, a silent guardian against unseen threats. The cottage found new owners, unaware of the secrets that lay dormant beneath its floors. The hidden chamber was sealed, the past locked away, but for those who knew the truth, the story of the room beneath the floor served as a haunting reminder of the darkness that can lurk just out of sight, waiting to ensnare the unwary. Story 22. In the quiet stillness of the night, a young woman decided to repaint the nursery in anticipation of her impending motherhood. The walls, once adorned in a faded blue hue, held within their layers the whispers of bygone years, secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she meticulously applied the first coat of fresh white paint, a hidden mystery began to emerge. Letters, faint at first, gradually sharpened into view, forming a cryptic message etched beneath the surface. Don't let it hear you. Her heart skipped a beat as she stumbled back in disbelief, her gaze fixating on something inexplicable. Tiny handprints imprinted in the wet paint, positioned unnaturally high on the wall, far beyond a child's reach. This peculiar discovery within the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the inception of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the grand Victorian-style home mere months prior, enticed by its seemingly irresistible price tag. The real estate agent had downplayed the property's history, mentioning only minor cosmetic issues without a hint of its ominous past. Detective Sarah Klein, a woman of resolve and keen intuition, arrived at the residence, her notebook clasped firmly in hand. A pregnant woman, her belly swollen with life, greeted the detective at the door, her weary eyes betraying a lack of sleep. Tremors ran through her as she recounted the chilling discovery of the hidden message and ghostly handprints. The previous owners vanished without a trace, she revealed, her voice tinged with unease. Neighbors claimed they fled in the dead of night, leaving behind all but the essentials in their hasty departure. Guided by a sense of duty, Detective Klein ventured through the aged halls of the historic home, each creaking step echoing a tale untold. Upon reaching the nursery, her gaze fell upon the partially painted wall, the enigmatic message still hauntingly visible where the brush had been abandoned. Adjacent to it, 5 small handprints adorned the fresh paint, a silent testament to an unseen presence. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property's records, unearthing a troubling pattern of ownership changes, 8 transfers within 30 years, a rate uncommonly high. More unsettling were the reports of child welfare incidents linked to 3 of the prior families, detailing whispers from unseen lips and spectral eyes watching over slumbering children. Her investigation led her to the archives, where she uncovered the dark legacy of Alina Blackwood, a a widow of wealth who once operated an orphanage within the very walls of the now tainted house. 5 children under her care had vanished without a trace, their disappearance shrouded in mystery and suspicion. Interviewing former residents, Detective Klein pieced together a mosaic of dread, a recurring narrative of bizarre occurrences plaguing families with children, culminating in the appearance of cryptic warnings inscribed beneath layers of paint in the nursery. The handwriting, eerily consistent, bore a resemblance to that of Alina Blackwood's own journals. A breakthrough came when the detective persuaded the current owners to permit a scan of the basement floor, revealing anomalous shapes beneath the concrete 5 distinct figures, reminiscent of child-sized forms. Excavation uncovered a grim truth as 5 sets of small remains, adorned with engraved pendants bearing the children's names, lay in silent accusation of Alina's heinous deeds. Luminol cast an eerie glow over the nursery walls, illuminating countless handprints hidden from view, a spectral chorus of voices reaching out from a bygone era. Alina's journals, retrieved from the depths of time, exposed her macabre intent to siphon the life force of orphaned children in a twisted bid for immortality. With justice served for the long-silenced victims, the house stood as a specter of the past, its walls echoing with the whispers of the innocents lost to time. The nursery, a chamber of horrors, was razed to its foundations, yet the lingering presence persisted, a spectral imprint beyond mortal understanding. Detective Klein, haunted by the memory of those glowing handprints in the dark, closed the case with a heavy heart, acknowledging that some mysteries defy closure, seeping through the cracks of reality to whisper their eternal secrets in the shadows of forgotten places. Story 23. The aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through time. The heating system emitted a low groan, the pipes occasionally rattling in the silence of the night. These sounds, though eerie, were considered by most as part of the building's character, nothing more than the echoes of its past. But one tenant, a woman whose name was lost to the shadows, knew differently. Late one night, as she lay in bed, a faint yet distinct voice drifted through the ancient vents. It wasn't a casual conversation or a passing noise. It was a whisper, soft and alluring, calling her name with a haunting familiarity. Curiosity and unease gripped her heart, urging her to investigate. Pressing her ear against the cold metal grate, she felt a rush of icy air brush against her cheek, followed by a playful whisper, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself in the center of that very apartment, a space now devoid of life but brimming with unanswered questions. The scene before her was a tableau of mystery, each detail a piece of a sinister puzzle. Alina Reeves, the missing woman whose fate had drawn Shaw into this enigma, had left behind a chilling trail of paranoia and fear. Officer Patel's voice broke the silence as he recounted Alina's distressing experiences with the voices from the vents. The building management's dismissal of her concerns, attributing them to the quirks of an old building, now seemed like a grave oversight. Shaw's sharp eyes caught the telltale signs of struggle around the vent, the marks left by desperate hands clawing from within, a silent cry for help. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a gentle demeanor, had succumbed to a fate beyond comprehension. Her apartment, once a sanctuary of warmth and life, now bore the chilling remnants of her final days. Shaw's investigation peeled back the layers of deception and horror that had cloaked the truth. The whispers that Alina had heard, the feeling of being watched, the dread that had crept into her soul, all were pieces of a macabre puzzle that Shaw was determined to solve. The evidence, both physical and digital, painted a harrowing picture of a predator lurking within the very walls of the building. As Shaw delved deeper into the shadows, she uncovered a hidden world of surveillance and obsession. Harold Weber, the unassuming building superintendent, emerged as the malevolent force behind the facade of normalcy. His meticulously kept records, his secret passages, his twisted fixation on those he watched all pointed to a darkness that had tainted the very foundation of the building. The truth, once unveiled, sent shivers through Shaw's core. Eliner's fate was a tragic dance orchestrated by Weber, a man whose sanity crumbled within the confines of his warped reality. The whispers that had tormented Eliner, that had lured her into the belly of the building, now echoed in Shaw's mind, a haunting reminder of the evil that lurked in the shadows. Weber's trial was a chilling spectacle, his words dripping with a twisted sense of vindication. Despite the verdict that sealed his fate, his parting words to Shaw carried a sinister weight. "The building remembers," he whispered, his eyes devoid of remorse. The whispers never stop. The once vibrant apartment building now stood as a ghostly monument to the horrors that had unfolded within its walls. New tenants came and went, oblivious to the lingering presence that whispered through the vents, a spectral reminder of the darkness that dwelled in the heart of the building. The heating system groaned, the pipes rattled, and the whispers of the past wove a tapestry of unease that settled over the once haunted halls. The cycle of fear and fascination continued, an eternal echo of a tale best left undisturbed in the depths of the night. Story 24 in the neighborhood, whispers of an abandoned house echoed through the years. A young woman's disappearance had sealed its fate, leaving it untouched and eerie. When new tenants dared to breach its silent walls, they were met with a locked bedroom, secrets waiting to be unveiled. With a creak, the door gave way, revealing a room frozen in time. Dust hung heavy in the air, a silent witness to the mysteries within. The bed stood neatly made, untouched by time's passage. A mirror reflected nothing but emptiness, wiped clean of memories. A solitary candle, its flame long extinguished, stood as a sentinel of the past, its wax a frozen testimony to forgotten moments. And there on the desk lay a notebook, open to a page filled with fresh ink, a message from a ghostly hand. Detective Morgan, a seeker of truths, delved into the pages of the notebook as forensic technicians combed the room for lingering traces of the past. Elise Winters, a name etched in history, emerged from the ink-stained pages, her story unfolding in precise strokes of a pen. A young paralegal vanished without a trace, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. "I know he's watching me tonight," the final entry whispered from the page. A plea for help, a desperate cry lost to the shadows. The room bore witness to her silent screams, the walls holding secrets long buried beneath the surface. As the investigation unfolded, a web of deceit began to unravel. Elise, a dedicated professional, had stumbled upon a dark truth within the corridors of power. Numbers manipulated, documents altered, a sinister game played out behind closed doors. The room, a sanctuary turned into a prison of the mind, revealed little of the turmoil that had unfolded within its confines. No signs of struggle, no traces of violence, just a lingering sense of unease, a ghostly presence haunting the empty space. But hidden beneath the floorboard, a key to a hidden truth awaited discovery. A flash drive, a vault of secrets, led the investigators down a twisted path of corruption and greed. The voices of the guilty echoed through recorded conversations, exposing a web of lies that tainted the lives of many. As the pieces fell into place, a shadow emerged from the darkness. Vincent Harriman, a man of power and privilege, stood accused of heinous crimes. His carefully constructed facade crumbled in the face of overwhelming evidence, his guilt etched in the whispers of the past. Through hidden passages and concealed truths, justice prevailed. Harriman's reign of terror came to an end, his crimes laid bare for all to see. The room, once a silent witness to a tragedy, became a shrine to Elise's unwavering pursuit of truth. In the courtroom, a mother's voice rang clear, a beacon of love in a sea of darkness. Elise's legacy lived on, her sacrifice paving the way for justice to be served. The house, a relic of a forgotten past, stood as a reminder of the price of silence. And so the house remained empty, a silent sentinel to a tale of courage and betrayal. The light in the upstairs window flickered with a ghostly glow, a reminder of the woman who had fought against the shadows. In death, Elise found her voice, her story etched in the walls of a room that held the key to her truth. Story 25. The quaint costume shop was nearing its final days, the air heavy with nostalgia as old costumes and masks found new owners. Among the fading relics, a woman's hand reached for a mask tucked away on a forgotten shelf, its delicate features both captivating and eerily lifelike. The cashier hesitated as she placed it on the counter, a faint unease crossing his features. "That's not ours," he muttered, puzzled by its sudden appearance. Perplexed, the woman checked for a tag, but none could be found. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take it home. As night draped its velvet cloak over the world, a soft sound stirred the silence, like the whisper of fabric shifting in the dark. The woman, named Catherine Reed, awoke to a strange presence in the room. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she found the mask perched upon her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her in a silent, unsettling vigil. Days later, Catherine's neighbor stumbled upon a chilling scene. The morning light spilled through the slightly ajar door, illuminating a still figure on the bedroom floor. Catherine lay motionless, her eyes frozen in terror, the mysterious mask nowhere to be seen. Detective Morgan arrived, her keen eyes scanning the room for clues amidst the hushed murmurs of the forensic team. The scene painted a picture of ordinary details except for the woman who now lay lifeless, her expression etched with unfathomable fear. The medical examiner's examination revealed no obvious cause of death, no visible wounds or signs of struggle. Only the haunting expression frozen on Catherine's face hinted at the horror that had gripped her in her final moments. As the investigation unfolded, a peculiar pattern emerged. Security footage from the costume shop revealed the cashier's confusion over the mask, a piece seemingly out of place in their inventory. The shop owner's cryptic admission hinted at a darker truth lurking behind the mask's origins. Forensic analysis uncovered microscopic fibers on Catherine's fingertips, remnants of a mysterious material that defied identification. Each thread woven into a tapestry of inexplicable deaths, linked by a common thread, the acquisition of a malevolent mask. A retired detective shed light on the sinister history of such masks, recounting tales of ancient symbols hidden within, whispering of a ritual shrouded in darkness and death. A breakthrough came from an unexpected source, Catherine's own journal, a testament to her growing unease and the sinister reality she uncovered. Her frantic writings detailed a malevolent entity bound to the mask, preying on those who dared to unravel its secrets. As the investigation delved deeper, the truth unraveled like a twisted tapestry. The cause of Catherine's death was revealed to be a fatal heart attack induced by sheer terror, a fear so profound it silenced her beating heart. Surveillance footage unveiled a chilling sight, a figure shrouded in darkness, wearing the mask and moving with uncanny familiarity, a macabre mimicry of Catherine's essence. The hunt for the elusive mask spanned across the country, its trail fading like a wisp of smoke. Reports surfaced of its reappearance in a distant vintage shop, slipping through the fingers of investigators once more. The case remained a haunting enigma, a tale too bizarre for official records, too chilling to forget. The detective, keeper of Catherine's journal, felt the weight of an ancient curse lingering in the shadows, a reminder of the mask's insatiable hunger for souls. In the stillness of the night, a whisper of movement stirred the detective from her slumber, a phantom echo of a presence long gone. She braced herself against the encroaching darkness, knowing that somewhere out there, the mask awaited its next unwitting victim, a vessel hungry for the essence of life that danced behind mortal eyes. Story 26. The sleepy town kept a silent secret, veiled in the shadows at the edge of the woods. A house forgotten by time, its windows dark, its porch weary from the weight of years gone by. No one dared to claim ownership, and the origins of its construction faded into whispers of the past. But when a group of wanderers strayed too near, they beheld the peculiar site names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep like ominous omens. And at the very bottom, fresh and untouched, a name unknown to all but one. A name that trembled on the lips of a hiker, whispered with fear, "That name, it's mine." As the night draped its cloak over the land, a call came in a routine report of trespassing. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who stumbled upon his own name engraved on the abandoned dwelling. Responding officers anticipated a simple case of mischief, perhaps a prank spun among companions, but what awaited them defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as shadows danced in the moonlight. Her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing the weather-beaten facade of the mysterious abode. The names 27 in total etched vertically on the eastern wall, some names weathered by time, nearly vanishing into the aged wood, while others remained sharp as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the carving still bearing traces of fresh sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason asserted, his words forming mist in the chilly air. "I can't fathom how my name came to be known." The inquiry commenced with thorough checks on each name inscribed. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases lay cold, while others remained open. Yet a chilling commonality united them. All the vanished souls had disappeared while traversing the woods alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, scrutinizing the depths, techniques, and weathering nuances. The eldest name, Rebecca Hansen, linked to a missing persons puzzle from decades past, a tale of a young woman who ventured into the woods never to return. Search parties unearthed naught but a lone hiking boot beside a babbling brook. Detective Keller delved deep into Mason's narrative. His tale remained unwavering. No threads tied him to the area beyond that fateful hike with 4 college mates. They selected the trail at random, guided by an online suggestion. His background bore no connections to the other names adorning the eerie wall. The focus shifted to Mason's comrades. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, shared snapshots capturing their journey. Upon scrutinizing the images, analysts unearthed the disquieting detail, a blurred figure lingering in the backdrop of 3 distinct photos. A tall, slender silhouette, always partially obscured by trees. "We never crossed paths with another soul on that trail," Emily affirmed. "We'd have surely remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned an exploration of the house's interior. Dust cloaked every surface, furniture lay in disarray, yet in the basement a ghastly tableau awaited. belongings of the missing hikers meticulously arranged on wooden shelves, watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each item labeled with a name from the wall outside. Technicians meticulously cataloged every piece of evidence. Beneath ultraviolet light, aged bloodstains unveiled on the concrete floor efforts to cleanse the grim reminders. Despite ground-penetrating scans yielding no subterranean secrets, cadaver dogs incessantly signaled toward the densely wooded rear of the property. As the investigation escalated, peculiar occurrences plagued Mason Wright. Whispers lingered outside his abode. Footprints appeared in fresh snow leading to his door, but vanishing on the return journey, and shadowy figures observed from afar. A vigilant officer was assigned to safeguard him, yet paranoia gripped Mason tighter. A breakthrough surfaced with buried land records within county archives. The dwelling belonged to a reclusive huntsman named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors recollected fleeting encounters with an unnaturally tall, gaunt recluse who shunned interactions. Blackwood vanished without a trace 15 years past, his disappearance left unprobed. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve deeper into the encompassing forest. There, a team unearthed crude hunting blinds strategically stationed along popular trails. Within one hide, a journal lay, chronicling meticulous observations, hikers' profiles, routes, gear, and routines. The script mirrored that of Victor Blackwood's sparse records, escalating from animal surveillance to human prey elaborate sketches of his chosen victims. A manhunt ensued across jurisdictions. Helicopters scanned the canopy with thermal eyes, and tactical units combed every crevice and cavern. Yet the quarry eluded all pursuit. Mason Wright ceased all communication. Responders found his dwelling deserted, save for a freshly carved declaration on his chamber wall: "The hunter becomes the hunted." Weeks passed with no trace of Mason. During a secondary sweep of Blackwood's residence, forensic experts unearthed a chilling find. Concealed behind a false wall in the basement, a workshop harbored woodworking tools, wood preservatives, and a freshly carved piece bearing a novel name not yet affixed to the exterior. Detective Keller recognized the name instantaneously. It belonged to the head forensic examiner who had surveyed the house initially. Ailing and unreachable, the examiner remained absent. Authorities encircled the house with unyielding surveillance. Cameras monitored every approach, sensors vigilant for any intrusion. The trap was set. 3 nights elapsed before sensors blared an alert. Surveillance footage captured a figure materializing from the woods, an impossibly tall, sinewy form moving with eerie grace. As tactical units advanced, cameras momentarily faltered. Upon restoration, the figure had vanished into thin air. Today, the house endures under ceaseless watch. Mason Wright and the forensic examiner faded into obscurity. The inquiry persists as fresh resources mobilize to probe akin vanishings in wooded realms. The names etched on that wall have transcended into legend among law enforcers. Some dare not utter them, while others shun the case entirely. Local wanderers circumvent the house, fearful that mere mention might append their names to that cursed roster, the names unspoken by all. Story 27. In the dimly lit old apartment, where pipes groaned and floorboards whispered secrets, the new tenant sensed a presence that defied explanation. The footsteps that echoed from above were not the usual sounds of settling or small creatures scurrying. They were deliberate, steady, hauntingly consistent, yet perplexingly, she resided on the highest floor of the building. One fateful night, fueled by a mixture of fear and curiosity, she tentatively tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The footsteps halted abruptly, plunging the space into a heavy silence. Then, in a surreal twist, a solitary knock resounded from within the very ceiling she had sought to investigate. Sarah Coleman, the tenant, kept the unnerving occurrence to herself, attributing it to the quirks of an old building or the whims of an elusive attic dweller. Despite the relentless nocturnal footfalls that traced invisible paths above her head, she adapted to the unsettling presence by drowning them out with blaring TV volumes and the solace of headphones at night. Detective Morris, a seasoned investigator, stumbled upon the peculiar case when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawl space during routine repairs in the building. A patch of drywall outside Sarah's apartment had been removed to mend a leak, revealing a hidden passage that defied the known architectural layout of the structure. Within this clandestine space, illuminated by a beam of light, lay a chilling discovery, a makeshift living quarters adorned with remnants of human habitation. Among the scattered debris were food wrappers, water bottles, a stained blanket, and a worn notebook. The building superintendent promptly alerted the authorities. As Detective Morris and his partner, Detective Rivera, delved deeper into the mystery, they were met with a disconcerting revelation. The notebook contained meticulous records of Sarah Coleman's daily routines, her interactions, her preferences. It began with structured observations, but spiraled into chaos towards the final pages, with cryptic symbols adorning the margins. "The subject resists my influence," the last entry lamented. "She defies me. No one defies me." Forensic experts scrutinized the hidden passages, unearthing fingerprints that evaded identification in any database. These covert corridors, intertwined within the building's structure for decades, connected multiple apartments but converged upon viewing points discreetly positioned within Sarah's abode. Interviews with current residents yielded no anomalies beyond the expected noises of communal living. However, former inhabitants painted a different narrative. 3 predecessors of Sarah recounted feelings of being watched, of inexplicable disturbances that had driven them away in silence, their accounts buried in the shadows of presumed paranoia. A breakthrough surfaced when forensic analysis unearthed minuscule blood splatters within one of the concealed passageways. DNA examination linked the traces to Martin Weaver, a former tenant who had vanished without a trace years prior. His eerie connection to Sarah's living quarters sent shivers down the spines of the investigators. Delving into Martin's disappearance shed light on a chilling pattern. Edward Mercer, a reclusive figure with a penchant for solitude, had resided below Martin's apartment before his sudden disappearance. Edward's elusive history of relocating from one top-floor residence to another, leaving behind a wake of unanswered questions, hinted at a sinister agenda. A trail of clues led the investigators to a remote cabin owned by Edward, where a macabre tableau unfurled. Walls adorned with surveillance photos, intricate notes detailing residents' lives, and a meticulous plan for maintaining his twisted habitats painted a grim picture of voyeuristic obsession turned sinister. Buried beneath the cabin, the earth yielded the grim evidence of Edward's atrocities, hidden graves, each a testament to lives extinguished in the name of his clandestine pursuits. As the forensic team pieced together the identities of the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's residence, where lingering whispers of hidden terrors lingered in the walls. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, a chilling reminder surfaced in the form of a second notebook, ominously hinting at a new hideout yet to be uncovered. The vacant apartment bore signs of an abrupt departure, with a cryptic message etched in steam on a mirror, signaling a foreboding disappearance that echoed through the empty rooms. The manhunt for Edward continued, his true identity unmasked as a former construction worker turned malevolent architect of hidden passages. As authorities connected the dots to similar disappearances across state lines, a cautionary tale emerged of unseen dangers lurking within the very walls that sheltered the unsuspecting. Detective Morris, haunted by the specter of Sarah's solitude and the unanswered questions that lingered in the air, found himself transfixed by the unspoken echoes of those fateful footsteps that traversed the ceiling above. In the stillness of his own home, he listened intently, casting a wary gaze upward, pondering the chilling question of who else might be listening in the shadows of the night.